Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the Commission. Let's start off with Commissioner Kamai.
Here.
Commissioner Patel.
Present.
Commissioner Okoliko.
Here.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Good morning.
Commissioner Lind.
I'm home. Well, I'm here with my niece at work, and I'm alone. Really, no adults here in Kipahulu, Maui. Aloha, online.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dikos.
Here.
Vice Chair Kealoha.
Morning.
Chair Ward.
Obviously, I'm present.
And Commissioner Elizaris is excused. And I don't think anybody is here from our ex officio members, but if we do have anyone from Department of Public Works, Department of Environmental Management, Department of Water Supply, or the Department of OEB Resources, please let us know. Thank you.
Hearing none, I will assume that no one is on. With that, we'll move to agenda item A1. If you could please read us into the record.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item A1 is Munikio Hiraga on behalf of the State of Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources, States Parks Division, requesting a special management area permit for the proposed construction of 2 new comfort stations, outdoor showers, infrastructure, and parking lot improvements at the McKenna State Park, located along McKenna Road. Permit number is SM1 2021-0002. Just for anyone online, public testimony for this item was taken and closed at our last meeting, which occurred on June 23rd. So we will not be taking any testimony today. With that being said, I'll hand it over to the planner on this project, Colette Cardoza. Thank you, Chair.
Aloha and good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Supervising Planner Colette Cardoza, assigned to present the application, and I swear to tell the truth. At its meeting on June 23rd, 2026, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for the subject SMA use permit application. And after extensive discussion, the Commission passed a motion to defer the application to the next scheduled Commission meeting, which is today, July 14th, 2026. The Commission had requested that the applicant explore the following items as summarized below. So I'll recap for everyone. Number 1, please address the possibility of constructing a designated bikeway. Number 2, discuss the virtual reservation system and how much can be dedicated for residents with a priority for residents rather than visitors. Number 3, clarification on status of any pending appeals or injunctive proceedings. Number 4, clarification on whether there is a written agreement on connecting to the McKenna Resort wastewater treatment facility. Number 5, clarification on whether a carrying capacity study has been completed, and if so, please provide its findings. Number 6, please address the feasibility of utilizing pervious asphalt and surfaces at the park. Number 7, clarification on whether lighting will be utilized. Number 8, confirmation from the fire department regarding whether their engines can maneuver within the parking lot. I'll now turn it over to the project's consultant team with Gwen Rivera of Munikio Hiraga.
Morning. My name is Gwen Rivera. I swear to tell the truth. Before we get started, Administrator Alan Carpenter of State Parks would like to say a few words.
I mean, if you're not getting a groundhog day.
For those that are online, if you could please mute yourselves, we can hear your conversation.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Alan Carpenter, Administrator for the Division of State Parks, and I swear to tell the truth. I wanted to start by thanking the Commission for the time you gave to this agenda item last time and for listening to all the testifiers. We listened as well, and there was a lot of passion expressed by the community, which we appreciate. I think it was good that it was deferred and gave us a little time to soul search over some of the issues. Several folks quoted the lyrics of Joni Mitchell's Big Yellow Taxi. We paved paradise and put put up a parking lot. But paved Paradise, honestly, the establishment of McKenna State Parks saved Paradise. It saved it from development. And do we have to put up with a parking lot? Yes, because that's one of the basic amenities that we put in parks to allow for public access. And the fact is, the creation of this park saved it from precisely the fate Ms. Mitchell was lamenting, which is about the development of Waikiki. And it's the opposite of gentrification, it's preservation. I was particularly taken with the testimony of the two multi-generational wahine who were here, who expressed support for the project and that it was a needed and desired asset for the community. Basic needs. The parade of Malihini were a little more varied in their opinions and sometimes misinformed about what this project proposes. There is no nefarious plot here, right? We are just trying to take care of a park the way we take care of our entire park system. I also find it kind of ironic that the meeting started with a parade of no reservation systems, no reservations. And by the end, it was like, hey, let's talk about how to put in these reservations, right? So is the plan perfect? No, but let's not have perfect be the enemy of good. And so about the paving, right? About that, we went back and we talked about it. We soul searched. And I think we are here offering compromise. And the biggest compromise we're going to offer is we see no need to add any asphalt at all to this park, right? If I had my way, we'd actually take some of it back. So that part is going to be a commitment from us. And with the exception, we have to add paving for the ADA compliance for the new restroom. That's it, right? The rest of it will go with permeable surfaces, maybe even some revegetation, but no more asphalt. I totally agree. We all agree with that aspect of the testifiers. So with that, I humbly ask you to approve the plan with any conditions you see fit. And I will pass it to Gwen for a detailed series of responses on the questions you guys asked us. So mahalo.
Okay, thanks, Ellen. Okay. Well, thanks again for the opportunity to come back and provide additional information for your review of the project. Just a quick recap of the project team. So online, we have Valerie Suzuki and Francis Constantino representing Deolana Engineering. Alan Carpenter from State Parks. Michael Kuhula is also here from State Parks. And online, we have Carl Scholin and Martha Yant. Kirk Tanaka of RT Tanaka Engineers is the engineering consultant, and he's online as well. I'm with Munakio Hiraga as the planning consultant. So when you reviewed the project last month, on June 23rd, you had a list of questions for follow-up, which we received by letter. And as Alan said, in addition to the comments and questions that day, the state heard a lot of public testimony from people that really care about the park. That's something the state certainly values. So as Alan mentioned, the project team's taken all that feedback and has put a great deal of consideration into the responses, which I can walk you through today. And in addition, they have committed to, in the context of this existing project, how the community's preferences can be better represented and making that adjustment to the project scope to not add any more impervious asphalt to the project. So I'll go ahead and walk you through both of those topics, the change in scope and then the responses to the questions that you provided by letter. So to start with, let's talk about the project scope. With respect to the comfort stations and wastewater, no changes are proposed here. This part is staying the same as what you reviewed last time. A new comfort station at the first entrance and the second entrance, water service, beach showers, wastewater containment tanks to hold water from the toilets and sinks to be removed by pump truck. I do need to mention a small correction here. At the last meeting, there was a statement made that the outdoor showers would have an automatic shutoff valve. That's actually not the case. State Parks has found that those the spring return valves have a really high failure rate. on beach shower installations. So the showers are designed with regular ball valves. But what's being changed here is the pavement, the new pavement. So the project we presented to you last month included the addition of a significant amount of new impervious asphalt paved areas in those areas of the parking lot that are currently unpaved, specifically the shoulders along the entry driveways. The state is revising the project scope to remove this component. So now the project will not add any more impervious asphalt paving. With the exception of the required ADA stalls that Alan mentioned. So those areas that were previously proposed to be converted to paved and marked parking stalls will either remain unpaved, or if improvements are determined to be necessary in order to maintain clear access and safe circulation, those areas may be improved using a permeable surface treatment, such as porous pavers or gravel, rather than asphalt paving. There's no change in the parking kiosks and attendant booths. Those are existing and are included in this project for after the fact review. So that's the change in scope that's being committed to today. Now let's move on to your comments, the commission's comments on the project. Okay. The first comment was to address the possibility of constructing a designated bikeway. Previously, the state had noted that the McKenna County OEO right-of-way is under the county's jurisdiction, not the park. But at the last meeting, the question was posed about possible construction of a bike lane outside of the right-of-way and within the park property, right? So just to add some context, an environmental assessment was conducted that identified historic sites in the park. There are 35 of them, both pre-contact and post-contact sites. The project as it currently is proposed avoids all historic sites. So you can see where the arrows are pointing is the proposed project site, the parking lots. So that avoids potential impacts. If we look at the location of a lot of these historic sites, you can see in that yellow line, most of them are right along the roadway. So, you know, that's something to be considered. Addition of a bikeway along the road was not evaluated in the EA for potential impacts to historic resources or potential impacts to environmental or other resources. I'd note that the Malawaka Pond wetland area in the northern part of the park is also located close to the road. So that's up here. You can see a bit of that wetland feature in proximity to the road. So those are factors that might inform the discussion of where to site a bikeway, which the Division of State Parks is happy to engage in. Community engagement would also be appropriate. Does the public want this change to the natural face of McKenna State Park to add additional paved bikeway? So things to consider, but with respect to the current action, we would just respond that environmental review of a proposed bikeway as a separate project would be appropriate, not connected with this project. Comment number 2 relates to the virtual reservation system. How much parking can be dedicated for residents with a priority for residents rather than visitors? So as a reminder, no reservations are currently needed to visit McKenna State Park. Visitors and residents alike can drive in. Parking and entry to the park are free of charge for Hawaii residents, and State Parks is not proposing to change that. Yes. Other parks in the system do use a reservation system, of course, where non-resident visitors need to make a reservation for timed entry.
Sorry, I cannot hear this.
Are you able to hear me now?
Commissioner Lind, just to confirm you can hear, correct?
Okay,
I can hear.
When I-
Somebody just, I guess, left their mic open. Yeah, it's all good on our side. Thank you.
okay. Do I need to back up to? Okay,
I think-
all right.
I think you're
Right.
good. You're talking about the reservation system and going through all the responses that I'm following along. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so, but with respect to these other reservation systems that are implemented in high-use parks, the state park does, manage those visitor reservations to prioritize residents based on the seasonal visitor levels and daily visitor levels. So it's not necessarily a set percentage in those cases. It's adapted as to respond to make sure that residents are able to access those beach parks and other parks. So at this time, the state does not consider a reservation system to be necessary at McKenna. If in the future additional measures are needed to protect the park and protect resident access to the park, then state parks will evaluate appropriate management measures to balance visitor demand with prioritizing local residents, whether it's reservations or some other management measure. Okay. Comment number 3, clarification of the status of any pending appeals or injunctive proceedings. So the final EA and the FONSI were issued in December of 2022. The plaintiff group challenged the FONSI in early 2023. The project paused on our side while the FONSI challenge proceeded through the courts. The Second Circuit Court upheld the FONSI in December 2024. The plaintiff filed an appeal of the court's decision on the FONSI, and that appeal is in process. However, there's no legal directive preventing the county from continuing to process permit applications for the project. The plaintiffs did file for an injunction in May of this year to try to halt the project during the appeals process, but that injunction has been denied, so permit processing can proceed. Okay. Comment number 4 is about the wastewater treatment facility. Clarification on whether there's a written agreement on connecting to the McKenna Resort wastewater treatment facility. So the discussion about an agreement to connect to the McKenna Resort facility, it appears to be focused on a private settlement agreement, which involved ATC McKenna Holdings. So this agreement from 2017, it includes provision of treatment capacity to accommodate wastewater from unsewered properties in the McKenna area, which would include McKenna State Park. To be clear, the state is not a party to this agreement. And practically speaking, the agreement does not provide a sewer line from the park to the treatment plant, which is about 2 miles away and uphill. So construction of that infrastructure would be a significant undertaking. If at a future point in time a sewer line is available along McKenna-Keone-O'Eel Road, the state would be interested in connecting the park to the wastewater collection system. And with that in mind, the proposed containment system, it has been designed so that it can be converted to hook up to discharge to the sewer line if and when it becomes available. Okay. Sorry. Okay, that brings us to the carrying capacity question, comment number 5, whether a carrying capacity study has been completed. If so, please provide its findings. I think we actually discussed this a little bit before the meeting concluded last time. So in short, no carrying capacity study has been done. As Carl Scholin of the project team noted, the outcome of a carrying capacity study can vary a lot depending on the methodology that's employed, what evaluation criteria are used, and the park management objectives that are being applied. So State Parks is open to conducting a study in the future as may be appropriate if park capacity were to become an issue. However, just to note that the current project is not intended to increase park visitorship. Its addition of bathrooms to improve existing conditions in the park, to provide a better experience for those who do visit the park, and address the known impacts from existing visitor use that result from not having, clean bathrooms. So the state does not agree with the assumption that the project will result in an increase in park numbers. That's not the expectation or the intent. So State Parks at this time has not identified a need for a carrying capacity study in connection with this project. Okay. All right. Comment number 6 is the feasibility of utilizing pervious asphalt and surfaces in the park. As we discussed a bit earlier, the state has reconsidered the use of the impervious asphalt that was previously proposed and has made the decision to change the project scope to eliminate that addition of new impervious asphalt paved parking surfaces. Those improvements were proposed to help provide better organization and access. The state would still like to address parking organization, access and safety, but in light of all the comments favoring less pavement, State Parks has decided to address that without additional impervious asphalt. If we look at the project plan, in this case, this is the north site or the first entrance. The existing paved parking lot, and I should say this is the site plan you reviewed last time. It has not been updated yet. So this is showing the parking situation that was previously proposed. So the existing paved parking lot is shown on the left side, the gray outlines, and on the right, that was the new paving of parking stalls that was proposed. So those are shown in gray shading with dark black lines. So looking at that, except for just a small area for the required ADA accessible stalls and then the truck access pad for the pump truck, all of this gray shaded area would go away. This represents new impervious asphalt paving that is now removed from the plan. And if we look at the south site, second entrance, those asphalt paved areas along the shoulders are similarly being eliminated from the south parking side. So, this will provide stormwater management benefits, increased filtration, reduced runoff, and the shoulders they can remain unpaved, or portions of the area might be improved with permeable surfaces, such as permeable pavers, gravel, permeable asphalt. Each of these has different performance characteristics, so the selection would be site-specific, depending on the need for surface improvements in those targeted areas. Okay. Moving on to lighting. We have some good information on this. Clarification on whether lighting will be utilized. So the proposed comfort stations rely primarily on skylights for light during the daytime. To allow for maintenance and security, there will be indoor lighting fixtures and a single exterior lighting fixture, but all of these lighting fixtures will be shut off by timer after 8 p.m. So that allows park basically 1 hour after the park closes to go in and clean the comfort stations. So the lighting plan consultation was undertaken with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in association with the environmental assessment, and their guidance is what determined the currently proposed lighting plan. There will be just that single exterior light. Let me show you. So that's in the entryway to the comfort station. If you walk in, you're in an open area, right, where you turn left to go into the women's or right to go into the men's side. That one exterior light will be there. It's recessed under the roof line. Previously, I would just note that the lighting plan called for 6 exterior lights on all 4 sides of the building. I've shown in those red dots. Those were removed from the plan in order to reduce light impacts to the environment, to the beach or the ocean or night sky. the front of the building with the one remaining light. On both buildings, it faces north, so it's not towards the ocean. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reviewed this and determined that with implementation of this lighting scheme, as well as the other project mitigations which they recommended and which will be followed, the determination was that project-related impacts to protected species, such as the sea turtles and the seabirds, will be insignificant. So that brings us to the last comment on your list, which was confirmation from the fire department regarding whether their engines can maneuver within the parking lot. The fire department did not provide written comments on the application. Both the SMA application and the draft EA were circulated to the Department of Fire and Public Safety for review, but as of today, no written response was received. However, there have been discussions between fire department and state park staff. Those discussions have indicated that there is a concern about basically pinch points in the parking lot that can make it difficult for larger emergency vehicles to maneuver. Particularly if we look at the aerial view in the entryway where there's cars parked along the median, and there's a bit of a restriction as you enter the existing paved lot. That can, when it gets crowded with vehicles, it can be difficult for, depending on what emergency vehicles come in. So that factored into State Parks' proposal to, previous proposal to pave and organize the parking area. As we discussed, State Parks has now revised that plan to not do the whole paving of the shoulder areas, but there is an option to targeting areas that do need to be improved. So just to summarize, State Parks is committed to maintaining safety and emergency access. In lieu of paving the full extent of the previously proposed parking areas, State Parks is going to continue coordinating with the fire department to target those critical access points and implement appropriate improvements, whether it is striping or addition of pervious pavement or of parking stalls, access lanes, fire areas, or consideration for operational measures such as on-site parking management to ensure that people are parking properly and adequate emergency access is maintained at all times. So that's pretty much all we have in terms of a presentation. We'll now thank you for your comments and questions, and the project team is available to answer anything that might come up.
Thank you very much for the presentation. With that, I will ask my commissioners if they have any questions for the applicant. Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for your response to our questions from last time. I appreciate that. I guess I did want to clarify or have a little discussion about, I think it was comment 1 in regards to reservations. No. Or which comment that was, but it doesn't matter. I think, number 2, I think the way I recall it, I guess, or my question now is, I don't recall that being so much about reservations like at Haena. I thought it was more about finding a way to dedicate some parking, prioritize parking for residents. So I think my question on that is, parking will be paid for by visitors. Residents don't have to pay, but does that mean there is like a maximum amount of spaces available? So I guess what I'm getting at is trying to prioritize parking for residents so that they don't show up to the park and not have a place to park. So is there a way to dedicate 50%, a certain percentage to residents that then if a paid visitor is coming, they can't take that away, like so that there's a limit to the available spaces, not necessarily a reservation system.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we did talk about that last time, and if you recall, I believe we said we had to discuss the legality of it, right? About, setting aside resident-only parking. And so we don't have that answer yet. But I mean, I can commit to this. If it becomes a problem, we will address it, right? And so even in other parks where we have reservation systems and there's a capacity set based on either parking or sometimes walk-in capacity, residents are always allowed to walk in, right? So they can get dropped off, they can drive in, they can walk in, they can bike in. So we have managed that effectively in other places. If it becomes an issue here, and it's my understanding that it really is not yet, we have adaptive management tools to tackle that. And our commitment is to make sure that residents don't get turned around.
Chair, quick question. If they could just remember to state their name when they're on the mic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Alan Carpenter, State Parks Administrator. Thanks.
Okay. May have to come back to that unless you have a follow-up, but
I actually do have a follow-up.
okay, thanks.
So I appreciate the comments, and I first let me state I appreciate you guys listening to the feedback, taking the time. I know it was short notice of trying to pull it together, so and do respect that you might not have all the answers because it was only a couple weeks ago. But I want to acknowledge that you guys took it on and you're here today, so thank you. I guess my follow-up question is, I appreciate that when the problem happens that you'll address it. In my opinion, that's really hard to manage because there's nobody at the park other than a roaming attendant here and there. If it becomes a problem, that's too late for the community, in my opinion. That means the community's been impacted. Then it's going to take you time to evaluate it, determine it, come up with a plan, implement it. That's a long time for the community to potentially be impacted. I would rather hear that we're taking proactive steps to protect residents' parking versus waiting for it to happen and then figure out how to make it happen. So I do appreciate you have mitigating approaches, but I don't want to wait until there's a problem. I think that this is an important park for the community. And as you heard the passion at the last meeting, they're not shy about expressing their passion.
That much is clear.
And so I don't want us to get to that point again. So I think the forward thinking to prioritize that is important. So I don't think you probably have an answer to that exactly, but I want to kind of express that I appreciate that, but I think pivoting to a different perspective, being a little bit more proactive is going to resonate and be far more beneficial to all parties involved.
Understood. Thank you for that. We are actually fairly nimble because we have deployed these kinds of systems throughout the state. It does require going to our board, right? I think we discussed that last time as well, right? So new management paradigms, new systems do require the approval of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. So I can't commit 100% here other than commit to being willing to tackle the problem and not take a lot of time doing it when it pops. No resident will be turned around, right? If they get in by hook or by crook for in perpetuity, right? Can't guarantee a parking space as of today.
Vice Chair?
Well, it's kind of a different topic, but it's kind of the same topic. And I guess this is like kind of a discussion, but maybe a question to it's getting to the carrying capacity study. And it sounds like from the comments in the presentation, maybe the state's not super open to doing a carrying capacity study because the intention of like the improvements is not to increase visitor use. But I would say that probably the biggest concern from testifiers was increased visitor use. And a carrying capacity, I have my notes in here, sorry. A carrying capacity was recommended by the Cultural Resources Commission. It was recommended by the McKenna Homeowners Association. It was recommended by the Cultural Impact Assessment. It was recommended by a number of testifiers. So it's kind of like, well, why are we doing a cultural impact assessment if we don't take the recommendations from the cultural impact assessment, right? So I guess I'm hoping that we can explore that a little bit more. There's a comment also, the response to comment 2. From the state was, at this time, no, well, actually, sorry, should future visitation levels at McKenna State Park indicate that additional management measures are necessary, blah, 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 but you can't really monitor visitation levels if you don't have a carrying capacity study. And also a carrying capacity study, I think, would address this challenge that we're facing here, because a carrying capacity study can tell you how many like mainland visitors to local visitors are using the beach, which could then inform maybe this parking situation that we're talking about. So there's, as you mentioned in your response, there are several ways that you can do a carrying capacity study. There hasn't been, actually, my group at UH Manoa did a quantitative carrying capacity study for a beach on Lanai, and that was published. But other than that, there's been no quantitative carrying capacity studies for beaches in Hawaii. There have been, as you mentioned, like social carrying capacities, but Chile, I think it's Chile or another country in South America, has done quantitative carrying capacity studies. So we could use that framework. There is a framework available for doing this at McKenna or on other beaches on Maui. You can include social components, ecological components, managerial components, and cultural components, ecological components. And I think what we found is that like the managerial component is what really limits the carrying capacity. So, you know, rather than, I mean, a quantitative carrying capacity would produce a number, but that number isn't like set in stone, right? It is movable based on primarily the managerial capacity of that beach, which includes parking and showers and lifeguards and all of these different things. So I guess what I'm getting back to is like, to plan for the future, this is something that would help you should you need to come back for a permit, you know, again, for parking or whatever other kinds of things.
Understood. So if I'm not mistaken, I think this body has the power to compel us to do it.
Okay, I just wanted to see if you were open
Right.
still.
Oh, no, we are totally. Now, I mean, obviously, again, the parameters and the variables have to be defined. I'm no expert in carrying capacity studies. I think there are others as well. I think we just learned because we took the information from the last meeting back and did more research. I believe there's one for Pupukea, North Shore of Oahu, done by a community group, and we might study that one as because that's an overcrowded location. So
that was a social, like they didn't produce numbers though, but I think there's a way to like do this with the community, like set the parameters with the people who were interviewed for like the cultural resources and making sure that all of those things are brought in. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
We are open to it.
Okay.
You guys can compel us. we don't have funding or planning involved, but yeah. Sorry.
Can I add a little bit of a response? Just to clarify, the CRC comment was that a carrying capacity study should be done prior to facilitating any additional parking. And so the removal of additional paved parking areas addresses this.
Increase user traffic. I'm looking at actually the last paragraph on, sorry, now I'm on 1 second. The last paragraph on page It's on page 623. And then it was also recommended in the interviews from multiple people. Let's see.
Vice Chair, if I could just jump in while you're
Yeah,
looking.
yeah, so many, long document, but
So just to add to Vice Chair, even though the condition or the recommendation was based on doing carrying capacity before you do increased parking, the parking stalls that you are increasing are quite honestly it's kind of minimal. I would say that's not a reason to not do the carrying capacity. That you should do it anyways to set the bar and establish it, regardless if you're increasing parking or not. I think it's a commitment to the community to ensure that residents have a priority to be able to park at the beach. And if you don't have a baseline and understand what that is, you're not going to be able to respond to it in a timely manner. And I just think it's a commitment to the community that will restore some faith. And I think it's an important component.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Deacos.
Thank you, Chair. So you did mention, this is for the applicant. You did make mention to the known impacts from existing visitors. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on what those known impacts are.
Sure.
The project was a product of those known impacts.
Right. So we're talking about the impacts basically of not having permanent restroom facilities. So without permanent restroom facilities, it's an impact to the visitor experience. And there ends up being more rubbish and waste around the park. People, still need to go to the bathroom. They might use the porta potty. They might decide not to use it. And so we end up with waste entering the environment instead of being contained in a clean and comfortable bathroom. So the impacts we're talking about there are impacts of, not having a bathroom and how that impacts visitors and how it impacts the environment.
Okay, so I was trying to find the do nothing alternative of the EA. So those are basically, I don't think there was a no alternative in the EA, was there?
I think we probably did have a no action alternative in the EA. Yeah, I think we did describe that.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is, so because it's SMA project, as a commission board, we got to evaluate if this project goes forward or if it doesn't, what are the comparing impacts, environmental impacts primarily. We don't necessarily assess much on comfort, how comfortable or beach goers or, if there's funding that might go away. So I'm trying to look at this as if this project doesn't go through. There was mention of brush fires, emergency access, but it doesn't seem like that was a problem before. Has there been brush fires there in the past from the grass underneath the vehicles?
So I know the park staff, they have a vegetation management program where they try to keep ignition sources and fuel sources controlled. I'm not aware if there's been any fires that ignited in the parking lot. If anybody on the project team can address that, please feel free to speak up. But it's a consideration. It's a consideration.
And then we know that's probably the most dangerous beach. So there's been a lot of injuries, neck injuries, but I'm not aware of any emergency access issues in the past. they've all been able to access those incidents, emergency response.
Would you like to address that, Michael? I'm going to ask Mike Kahula to speak on that.
As a reminder, if you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Michael Kaula, State Parks, swear to tell the truth. So in the past, we've had different, as we had explained, some pinch points. There has been problems. But because we have the staff on site, we've been able to maneuver. This was a good time to address them. We've been in contact with Ocean Safety to put perhaps an LZ for helicopter and emergency airlifting out. But there has been problems in the past. We have currently a problem. There is pinch points in that parking lot where the engines cannot access. And that would be towards kind of where the booth is. When it comes, people will park. And so kind of the butt of the vehicles will stick out. So, yeah, it's been a problem. It's been a problem.
And
Yeah.
to remedy those pinch points, is that just some widening of the road or what?
I think if we mark off specific parking lot stalls, we can direct the vehicles into a specific place so that they will be out of the way. But like Alan said, if we just maybe be creative, maybe in some of those spots we don't put parking and we put maybe vegetation. I'd rather run over some grass or some plants trying to get to where we need to go. But yeah.
Okay, and just to clarify that there's no additional parking, it's just, I think you mentioned 2 ADA.
Correct.
That's it. So there's not going to be additional parking, or there will be, but it's
Correct. No additional paving. The existing stalls we'll probably do maybe gravel, maybe some shoulder gravel. Again, we'll probably have to get creative with that. A case by case. What material we can use that's more that people are using more. We can yeah, we need to get creative with that.
okay. One last question. You mentioned speaking to Fish and Wildlife about the light impacts on the turtle. Can you, who did you speak with there? And
so every year we work with different agencies to be at Makena. So turtle, the Hawaii Wildlife, they apply for special use permits every year. So when they find
Hey, I just logged on. Did you testify yet?
Excuse me, if you could please mute yourself for the people that are online.
So with the Hawaii Wildlife, they submit special use permits so that their staff can stay overnight and monitor these things. We've been in close contact with Division of Forestry and Wildlife as well. What kind of lighting, what kind of bulbs, what kind of things that we can do to be better about that. So yeah.
so Hannah Bernard, who's with
Hannah Bernard.
So
yeah.
she's, you after the meeting, she had a very strong testimony about the concerns with the lights impacting the.
Correct. And
she's,
sorry.
You've reconnected with her and she's okay with the comfort station as it's planned?
I did not talk to her about her testimony, but I'd say a week after her testimony, they submitted a special use permit to be there through December. We're seeing Honu come up on the. Also, our concern too is Evie. Evie does this week. You know, we have Evie that come up on the beach, and we're very mindful about that. We don't want any more people than we need to have on the beach. So all that plays together. We were in contact with Shipty as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question on the shoulders and kind of the pinch points. Is the intent that the current shoulders, they're very uneven and sloped, and parking can be tricky because you have a big ditch and then it goes up a hill. And is the intent that that's going to get leveled off or graded in a way that it will facilitate better parking? Because now, depending on your vehicle, you can take a big dip down and then try to drive up, and then you try to back out and you're hitting the asphalt. So is that kind of being adjusted and smoothed out so that it actually produces not more parking, but better aligned parking, so it's not as janky as it is
Right.
now?
I understand. As far as design, I'm not an engineer, but just as far as operational, yeah, we do try to, level it out. We do try to make sure that we don't cause damage. But perhaps for design, Mr. Tanaka can go into detail.
So one of the things we can do, right?
If you could just remember, state your name.
Sorry, Alan Carpenter again. I swear to tell the truth. One of the things that we have done in other places with permeable surfaces where you can't paint stripes on the ground is simply to place wheel stops, right? Which then guide people in and their wheels pop up against it. So again, it's another way that we can formalize some of the mayhem that's happening when you have completely informal parking. So just, wheel stops that people tend to understand. A wheel stop is where you're supposed to angle in and go up to. So that might be one of the solutions we consider. We came back and we decided we're going to do away with the asphalt, but we do have to come up with more creative solutions with the impermeables or with the permeable surfaces.
And just to clarify, which I think you just answered, I just make sure, is that there's no striping because it's existing, so you can't. So the solution would be the wheel stop.
Correct.
Thank you.
One possible solution. We haven't gone back to redesign yet. We've just committed to taking away the asphalt.
Okay. Thank you.
And we did consult with Carrie Harrington and Lindsay Asman of Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and I believe or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They provided us a letter. They reviewed the plans, Commissioner Dicos, which is it's included in the packet, right? So they helped determine our lighting design. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Vice Chair?
Chair, I just have a follow-up, maybe, Mr., I'm sorry if I missed your name.
Mike Kahula?
Yeah. I don't want to take us too far off, but you mentioned a landing zone.
Mhm.
I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. We always look for ways that we can better serve the community in times of emergency response. The new helicopter company, and I apologize, I'm not sure who they were, reached out and asked if they could do a kind of a mock landing. They'll land a little while, see how it happens on the beach, and then just kind of evaluate. They had talked about LZs within the state park. And it's just in conversation right now. Of course, given the emergency, no matter what happens, they're gonna land, they're gonna take the person out. So yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up because we try to think about these things, as far as injury is concerned. Yeah.
Okay, so there's already a place. I guess my thoughts, I was going towards like, oh, do we need to put something in here that allows for helicopters to land, because like injuries was, something that we heard a lot of concern from testifiers. Like,
In the past, during emergencies, whether it be at EL, Wainapa, we would just clear the parking lots and create it. So there is a plan, and we do mesh with department and the fire department. There is a protocol we go through. I guess maybe McKenna was if we could just build something that was more permanent. But at the end of the day, like I said, emergency is an emergency, and they'll land basically anywhere they want to. We were just thinking of more of like a designated area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I know it's early stages, so you probably don't have an answer, but are you saying that the landing pad would be like closer to the parking lot or to be closer to the beach? Because in my mind, because I go to the beach all the time there, it'd be better to have it closer, like on the beach area versus the parking lot, because the parking lot's a good trek to the beach, and then depending on where you're on the beach, you got another good trek. So if, I mean, it's a true emergency, from what I've seen there, the getting them from the beach shoreline out to the parking lot is a lot of time.
Yeah.
So
And-
having something that is kind of out on the beach to be able to do something a little bit faster, I think it, in my opinion, would potentially save lives a lot more. So is that the plan, that it's more parking lot side, or?
Thank you. Like I said, we're in conversation. They did land. It was on the beach. I know ocean safety was part of that whole drill. I'm not sure how they kind of debriefed and what they thought their thoughts were. But like I said, yeah, it's just making the relationships, making sure we're all on the same page. But I'm not sure what they thought.
And apologies, everybody, we are a little off track, but I think to the point Commissioner Deacos brought up of just the injuries, I think it's an important thing to at least know that's happening. And I'll just voice my opinion from a resident that goes to that beach, that I think the time between getting from shoreline out to the parking lot,
Absolutely.
it could be critical for some.
Absolutely. I agree.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Pateo.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about the pervious to impervious at the ADA. I know on the plan it shows that it's still going to be a smooth transition. Is that going to remain, or is the paved ADA section going to have a change in elevation from whatever it is, gravel to asphalt?
This is Gwen Rivera. Is Kurt Tanaka on the line available to address this question?
Yes, I am. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Kirk Tanaka with Tanaka Engineers, and I swear to tell the truth. In response to the commission's question regarding the accessible stalls, yes, the accessible stalls need to be graded and paved such that it's accessible by definition of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So there will be grading and paving that will conform to the Disability Communications Access Board's requirements. It'll be reviewed and approved.
Thank you.
Anything further? Any other questions from the commission? I think I have one follow-up question, which is, has there been any engagement with any of the community associations in the area to partner as stewards within, or stewards of the INA? And I'll give you an example that Wailea Community Association has partnered with the county, and I guess maybe DLNR for Wailea Beach, that they handle and help manage the conversations along the Wailea Beach Walk. And I think that it's a great example that WCA's membership is paying part of the cost to help maintain and keep those restrooms up to par. And I think there was comments, and I think it was clarified that it really wasn't maybe DLNR's specific conversations, but other ones have declined and are not operable, things of that nature. But I think it's a great example to show that community engagement to help facilitate and manage the stewards of the INA in conjunction with.
Yes, go ahead.
Excuse me, those online, if you could please mute yourselves, we can hear your conversations. I think it's a great example of building a relationship and building a community and giving back. So I'm not sure if that's happened, and if it hasn't, is it something that you'd be open to having discussions with?
Yes, the, excuse me. Yeah, state parks would be open to further community collaboration. If Martha Yant is on the line, could I ask her to unmute and speak about the collaboration and communication with community organizations? So she might not, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, that'd be great. Michael will address this question.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Kahula. Lately, we've had interactions with the community. Just recently, the McKenna Homeowners Association had concerns about the fuels on the ground. Our crews did a fire mitigation. What we did is we went to DOFA, and they basically wrote us a prescription. So a lot of that cutting that you folks have seen down at the park has been purely towards fire mitigation with the concern of the community. With the nesting happening in April, we ceased all cutting. We plan to resume after August. Our caretaker also invites nonprofits and schools down there to replant. We started a small nursery to bring back some of the native plants from that area. So, and that's something we're trying to do throughout all our parks. We've just started that at EO as well. So we try to stay connected with the community. A lot of the schools, commitment schools, reforestation projects, trying to introduce good things back into the park. So I'm not sure if that answered your question.
I guess where I was going was a bit more of a formal engagement with potentially the McKenna Association or respectively the appropriate party of making a commitment to, and I'll use the word be responsible for, but be part of the solution and being part of the stewardship. I think it does two things, at least what I've seen in Wailea, is that because the funding is coming through the owners, that it gives WCA the ability to speak to the resorts and say, hey, this comfort station was not kept clean based on visitors. So there's a connection of being able to resolve the problem. So in the example of McKenna, if owners are helping pay for it, they're going to have much more of an interest of making sure that they're kept up to par. And it also gives then McKenna the ability to talk to those associations, or if they're doing rentals, of speaking to those people that are coming to influence. And so it's kind of this big circle, so to speak, of everybody's helping everybody else not have a problem. So again, it's that kind of forward thinking of don't wait till we have the problem. It's I'm investing into it into the future so that we don't have the problem. That's kind of the thought process.
Thank you. So, Chair, I think what I'm hearing is your concern of maintenance, maybe how we care for the comfort station, making sure it's clean on a day-to-day operational responsibilities is.
It's less the concern that it won't be. It's more of a how do we, as a community, participate to ensure that it is maintained. So it's more about bringing the community in to be part of the solution to prevent a problem.
I see.
Is the thought. Yes.
I cannot speak for the caretaker, but the last time we had this meeting, I believe he said he sits on the board for McKenna or he sits on the board for Wailea, or either, I don't know which one, but he's very active. He's said inside these communities and whatnot. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. I don't know if the caretaker.
Oh, Justin.
Justin had mentioned that. So if there's something that could be of help to us.
So I won't belabor the point anymore. Just food for thought of maybe engaging WCA on how they've worked with the county on being able to support the conversation.
Sorry again, Alan Carpenter.
Yes.
Thank you. So we do have a partnership from Malawaka Wetland in the park, right? And the community restored that and they have a stewardship agreement. So that's one example. If you guys have been paying attention to the news, just last week, the governor signed HB 2218, which is aimed at expanding co-management throughout the entire lands of DLNR. It's part of our future, and it's critical for us to partner with communities in these spaces to help us manage. So it's definitely something we're thinking about every day, and we have 35 or so co-management stewardship agreements with state parks statewide already. So we're there.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Lind.
Thank you, State of Hawaii. I guess, would you guys be open to like maybe days of non-commercial activity? Would the state be interested in that? I know the Fed does that here at Kipahulu on a national park. You know, 90% of our valley is national park, which is great, protects the upper reaches. It's also a United Nations biosphere. So being on that, would the state be interested in commercial-free days or non-commercial days in the park? Be open to all, not only the Wailea community, but the general Hawaiian community, of which the CZM is to protect part of their culture and interests in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan Carpenter again. We have already done that. So yes, we're open to that. Most of our commercial permits statewide do not allow any commercial use on weekends or holidays already, so that we favor local access during those times. So particular places where it's very heavy, Wailua River, Kauai, which has a lot of kayak tours, all the commercial use is prohibited on the weekends and holidays. So that's a thing. It's definitely a thing we're moving towards if it doesn't exist universally across our system. So absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to keep that in the back of you guys' thoughts, in case you guys want to mimic the feds here in Kipahulu, which is awfully expensive for the visitors to come in and pay $30 to, you know, do their thing and then leave. But would nice to see something happen down at McKenna to take care of all the pilau that we humans make and dispose of it properly. Thank you.
Yeah, mahalo.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, are there any, I guess we'll move into discussion at this point. Okay, we're going to pause just one quick moment. We had a commissioner that needed to step away just to cough for a moment. We'll be right back.
Staff would actually like to ask for a 5-minute recess so we can have a bio break.
Sure. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. It is 10:09. Let's come back at 10:15. Meetings recess until 10:15. th, 2016. We are currently on action or agenda item A1 in discussion with the commission. So I'll open it up for discussion. Don't everybody jump at once.
Chair,
Yes.
the state would like to propose a condition,
Okay.
if that's something we could do now. So the state would like to propose the applicant shall conduct a quantitative carrying capacity study and provide a report to the planning department within 2 years of permit issuance.
Yep, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys volunteering that as a condition. We will take that up when we get to that stage, but I appreciate the volunteering and letting us know. That'll save us some time. Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. I guess since that was proposed, I can follow that up for some discussion of maybe formulating a condition or a thought for my fellow commissioners regarding parking and future parking allocation and or future parking reservation system that isn't yet implemented but may be needed, or depending on maybe as a result of the carrying capacity study or use, that I guess I'd like to propose some way that the applicant would agree that we determine a percentage, let's say 50% of the parking is reserved, spaces are reserved, not the reservation system, but that the spaces in the future, if they determine they're legally allowed to do that. I know they need to do some research, but that they would at least agree to that in the future if it's determined to be necessary. Something that's a very long, wordy, but something to that effect.
If I could clarify,
Mm-hmm.
are you seeking commitment to find out legally what ability they have to designate or commit to residential parking, or is it more the broader scope of understanding, depending on what the needs are, that they work a plan to determine how to facilitate that?
Well, I guess it's kind of both. I guess if they legally can, I would like that they do. So they kind of have to find out if they can or can't. And then I guess part of that is also the need of maybe how much is needed, or maybe it's not even needed if we're suggesting that a minimum be dedicated towards residents, something to that effect. Yes, but I open it for discussion. Or
Vice Chair, did you have a comment?
I think it would.
Mike.
There is,
I guess just a thought in my head was that, you know, in a carrying capacity, I'm sure that some like it would produce a number of, like I said, local users versus a ratio, right? And maybe some recommendations could come out of that carrying capacity in which the state would seek to implement.
Mr. Circle Bourbon?
So maybe, again, just discussing, so maybe let's just say hypothetically there are going to be 200 spaces available. I don't know what, I don't remember what it is. I guess the question is if they can dedicate.
Hi, Eric, it's Michelle in Chair Lee's office. Hi, do you have a second?
Hello.
Michelle, we can
I have
all
something
hear
weird
you
going on with my
online.
Surface.
Michelle. Thank you.
That, let's just say using that number, that if they're able to, that they allocate 100 of those spaces for residents. Maybe it's unrelated to the carrying capacity. I guess I'm just trying to find a way that if they're allowed to dedicate spaces to residents, that they agree to do that if they can.
So that's where I was going to say, I think what I'm hearing you say is that the desire is to have it determined if dedicated spaces can be legally designated or earmarked. If so, commitment to doing so based on whatever the carrying capacity study determines what percentage that should be. And I don't think we're the body to determine that percentage. I think we have our own desires.
Sure.
But a commitment to say, find out if it's feasible legally. If so, a commitment to doing so, and then that based on the results of the carrying capacity study. Is that where you're going? I think that's where you're going, but
More or less, I was sort of trying to decouple it from the carrying capacity study and just if we had a recommendation as a board that if we want a certain amount for residents, but again, discussion, I'm open to.
Commissioner Deacos.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Hopper. Is there any way to legally designate parking stalls to residents only?
Again, I think that's a question for the AG in this case. This is on state property. So they said they're looking into that. You would also, I think, need to show what impacts their proposed projects have that you are mitigating by having a residency requirement like this. So I think that's something, if you're going to impose that, if it's going to be with the volunteered carrying capacity study to say also investigate resident only parking and recommend an amount or something, I guess we can do that. But if you're going to mandate an amount of resident only parking spaces, it would need to be based on something in the record that shows that their project is impacting something in such a way that I mean, I'm not sure how the resident impact would be different than visitor impact. You'd also need to, sort of show that, but that would be along the lines of which you'd be looking at for a mandatory type of condition like that. There's a variety of different ways to word conditions. And then we also have a volunteer carrying capacity study, which is something that you can explore in conditions as well. So I'm not going to say that's completely out of the realm of possibility, but as with any condition, you generally need to have those things in the record and show that.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder that the nexus has to be tied to environmental impacts. Thank you.
I guess if I could ask the applicant, would you be willing to add to your condition that you would explore evaluating with the legality on dedicated parking, and if so, take appropriate actions?
Again, Alan Carpenter, yes, we would. I can say that preliminarily, the AGs do not seem to favor that approach. And so we also, as a state who has really addressed the resident versus non-resident conundrum, we're kind of an anomaly nationwide. I'm a member of the National Association of State Park Directors, and we can also solicit feedback from the other 50 directors and find out if they've had, the other 49, sorry, and figure out if they've had any issues like this and any opinions. But we're willing to consider it. But I would also, again, reemphasize to you guys that, for the last 6-7 years since COVID, we have really created an adaptive management system for dealing with over touristed areas, and it's been really successful. And the capacity that, this percentage that we change it every day, literally, and weekends it's way more resident allocation, holidays, every day it can be different. We don't have to set a hard and firm number. The fluctuation based on local patterns is really the way to go. So we're getting pretty good at this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, did you have a comment? No. Mr. Dicos. And then Commissioner Lind.
Process question. When we defer, what is the timeline? Like, what are the timeline boundaries? I know we have 180 days to come up with a decision, otherwise it goes through. But when there's a deferral, is it constrained in that 180 days?
No, I mean, there's the 4-month time frame. So if you defer, that doesn't reduce the time frame. You're under the same time frame still. I mean, I think the purpose is to have a minimum time frame to act, and you can't. There's some things that could stay at. For example, if there's an intervention in a contested case, with another party, that can stay the time frame. But yeah, in general, it's 120. I think it's 120 days actually, not 180 days from the close of the public hearing. So from the last meeting. But yeah, the deferral doesn't change that. I mean, if you talk to the applicant and they voluntarily agree, versus having a permit denied or something like that, you could extend it. But if they say, we can't really accommodate that condition or something like that, that you can't unilaterally stay that time by deferring. Once you get to that 120 days, it's automatically approved. So that's your time frame, which, I mean, you still have you've got a lot of time still for this one.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Pateo?
Thank you, Chair. I know they brought up this Haena model several times, but they also explained in the last meeting that explicitly that this was not Haena. But I just had a question, and maybe it was discussed and I need a reminder, but is there designated stalls for local residents at Haena, and was there a carrying capacity done there? It seems to be what we're talking about right now.
Thank you, Alan Carpenter again. And we did not do a carrying capacity study there, but we in consultation with the community set a random number that was far less than the average daily visitation. Daily visitation was 2,000 plus, and we agreed to set it at a maximum of 900. including residents, and it's what averages about 600 non-residents a day at present. There are no designated stalls for residents. It's all managed through a reservation system as well as a shuttle system. And again, that one is completely community-led, government-supported, and there's 55 local jobs created in that community that help manage the park and the transportation system that mitigates the effects on the entire North Shore of Kauai.
Thank you. Yeah, I just asked that because after that meeting, I spoke to a friend who lives there, and he said he never did have a problem with getting parking at that state park. So, thank you.
He did before the reservation system.
Commissioner Lind.
Yeah, Chair, the volunteering with the state, maybe they should just go volunteer with cousin down there who caretakes and go clean bathrooms with them, maybe pick up rubbish, all that kind of common sense stuff you don't need formal agreements with. Let's go volunteer with the state. Another thing is, I talked to my cousin Billy Kinney with Hui Makainana or Haena, and he said something like he had trouble at Wainapanapa coming in. So he's also a landowner in Wainapanapa in Hana, his family. Kauai Hana, they get familiar. Anyway, so I dropped his name because he's with that co-management that was just signed off by the governor a couple of days ago. One of our people went and got who I work with. Anyway, great job. Also, another thing is getting back to local versus people in Hana. We have hard time already getting into Wainapanapa ever since the system went into play with the cabins online. I mean, it's hard to get in. So I just want to let everybody know what goes for us goes for everybody, not only Hawaii residents. It's very hard to get a cabin, even if you're a Hana resident. Been here a long time, stayed at the cabins forever. And what the state did, over there to those families. But anyway, that's another day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Any further discussion from the commission? Seeing none, is anyone looking to entertain a motion? Oh, actually, before we do that, staff recommendation.
The application meets the criteria for a SMA use permit. The department is recommending approval based on the 10 conditions as listed in the staff report and recommendation. In consideration of the foregoing, the Department of Planning recommends that the Maui Planning Commission adopt the department's report and recommendation prepared for the June 23rd, 2026 meeting at its findings of fact, conclusion of law, and decision in order, and to authorize the Director of Planning to transmit said written decision and order on behalf of the Maui Planning Commission.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain anybody's looking to have a motion. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I would like, can I just say so moved? Or I would like to make a motion to approve based on the department's recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Condition.
A second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, Vice Chair?
I guess just briefly, I think that the state did a really good job in hearing the concerns of the community and this commission and coming back with some changes that I think address those concerns. And I think maybe through a couple additional conditions that we can discuss, like I think I think bathrooms are a good thing. I think showers are a good thing. And so anyways, I appreciate you all.
Chair.
Yes.
Just as a note, I think this was assumed, but I think that the recommendation would also include the project as amended by the letter, the subsequent follow-up letter dated July 2nd by the state because that made some significant project modifications, including the use of pervious surfaces and things like that. So you could put a condition to specify that as well. But I think that the starting point was intended to be the project as modified by the representations made to you by that July 2nd letter. So staff, maybe we can confirm that too. But I think that that's important so that planning knows what the scope of the project is and if that's built into the scope of the project, that's part of that. So maybe you can get a confirmation on that as well. Or if the department intended, there'd be further conditions to put these on, but these.
Yeah, we will address or revise some of the conditions to address the June 23rd meeting and then also this meeting, because right now I think it's referencing the original meeting, which was May 12th. So we'll clean that up.
Okay.
So representations made. Well, I guess at this meeting only, or at the June 23rd.
Well, you had a letter, the July 2nd letter that spelled out a lot of those changes. So I'm not sure how you want to incorporate them. I thought one way to do it would be to say this is a modification of the project that the applicant has proposed. But if you've got a different way of thinking about that, we can. I just wanted that since there was a staff recommendation that did not reference this, that recommendation wouldn't include this. So they would have the paved surfaces and things like that in that version of the application. This modifies that to change that out. If you've got another way to go about that, we can certainly do it by conditions.
So our recommendation is based on what was represented at the last meeting, along with the changes presented at this meeting, and then we will adjust the conditions to reference those two dates.
And the letter, just because it's going to be easier for you guys to reference this letter, I think, than it is to go back and look at the transcript of this meeting for a planner.
Okay, we'll reference the letter also.
I mean, unless you've got some other way of doing this, so I don't want to trample on that, but the motion was basically to approve as the original application was. So that's what the motion we had without that clarification.
So it sounds like the recommendation would be is that we have an amendment to the motion to include the July 2nd letter conditions.
Yes, or have conditions that say you can only use impervious, you can only use pervious surfaces as represented, something along those lines. Those are two ways to do it, but I thought the easier way would be to say your project is modified as stated in your July 2nd letter. But again, the department can clarify what they want. Why don't we have that clarified now? Or you can have a recess to think about this, but it should be very clear so that a planner, when they get the project plans, can say this is consistent.
Okay, I think what we can do is tweak condition number 3, perhaps. Currently, it states that to the satisfaction of the department, the applicant shall develop the property in substantial compliance with the representations made to the commission in obtaining the SMA use permit. We could also add made to the commission, including or something along those lines, the representations made in the June 2nd, 2026 letter provided by the applicant. But we'll tweak that condition. Oh, sorry, July 2nd.
So I guess I would ask to move on and second move on. Would you be open to amending the motion to include the July 2nd letter conditions represented?
Yeah, but I thought we were just going to tweak that through the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because generally this condition is sort of our catch-all, right? Compliance with representations made to the commission. So what you folks saw, the removal of the impervious surfaces is all representations made. But if Corp Council feels we need to be even more specific, then we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I mean, you would reference this letter, I think, but normally in the staff recommendation, if it's any different than the original one, you would change that to reference this, or if your plan is to have that condition modified to also reference this letter, that should be in the motion as well. I just want to be clear because there's definitely a significant changes made from the deferral until now.
Commissioner Kamai, did you have a comment? No. For just food for thought for the commission, from a representation of the voice of the public, by amending the motion, you are expressing to the community that you're reinforcing the commitment from this body of commitment that the state is making to put those conditions in place versus relying on the department to amend a condition that we don't necessarily have control over. So just food for thought of representing the public and what that means by amending the motion or not amending the motion. So I'll let that sit with you guys for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I want us to, I'm happy to amend the motion and put, like, change the condition now or through the process of making conditions. But I'm saying yes.
So if
What you want.
so it basically means that if the motion is amended, then it's now record, and then staff will then amend the condition accordingly and then implement.
Okay, yes, I'm open to amending.
Commissioner Kamai,
Yes, same.
any further discussion? Correct, for additional conditions.
So to be clear, you have a motion on the floor. You were just clarifying the intent of that original motion was to include the modification that Mr. Diaz had mentioned up to the representations made condition to have a more specific reference to this. That's going to be the motion that's on the floor right now without doing a formal amendment to that. And now you're looking for discussion on potential additional amendments to add conditions or other things.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
I would like to propose that we at least, and I don't know if we have to formalize the applicant's request to impose a condition on themselves for the carrying capacity study. I'm assuming we need to make that an actual condition. And so since they volunteered it, and I think we've had a lot of discussion about it, I think we should incorporate that. Second, I mean, do I stop there or is that, should we do that first?
Well, you're making a motion.
Yeah.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you'd like to make a motion that the applicant will conduct a quantitative carrying capacity study within 2 years of the project approval.
Yes.
And report to the planning department.
Can I offer some language?
Yes, please.
So we'll add a condition that states that the applicant shall provide a quantitative carrying capacity study and shall provide the report to the Maui Planning Department by July 31st, 2028, or prior to final compliance approval, whichever comes first. And so I think it's important that we just set a date instead of just saying 2 years. So this is 2 years, but date specific. And also, if it just so happens that this project moves forward, a lot quicker than anticipated, that prior to final compliance approval, they'll provide this report.
I guess I would just ask the applicant if they were okay with the revision of the language, because obviously you proposed your own condition. I don't want to assume that the revision of what was stated, although it sounds the same, that you guys are okay with that.
Thank you, Alan Carpenter again. Yes, we're okay with that.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table, and I will not try to repeat exactly what Mr. Diaz just said because I will get it wrong. Do I have a second? Commissioner Deco, second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
No, I think we've talked a lot about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Decos?
Yeah, I just think carrying capacity, quantitative are a big missing piece to a lot of our thing with over tourism and managing our parks and all that. So it's a bit of the cart before the horse here, where although they aren't necessarily expanding parking, but it would be a good element to have when we get to future expansions. But it's definitely something that we've talked about for decades and we never really see it put into motion. So I think it's a good condition to have in here.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Vice Chair?
Is it assumed that the state will work with the community on this carrying capacity, or do we need to like explicitly state that in the condition? I mean, we've already mentioned a lot about co-management, so I'm assuming this would be like a conversation with community already, right?
I don't know how we could do so without.
Yeah, okay, that's what I assumed.
it's
I just didn't know
implied.
if I needed to say that, yeah. All right.
Commissioner Deacos?
Just for discussion, since one of our commissioners has expertise in this area, does the state do this sort of thing? If they don't have the expertise to do it, do they need to hire a consulting company? Like, how does this work?
Thanks. We definitely don't have the expertise. So for these types of studies, we would select a consultant to do it on our behalf with our input and with a scope that we would form with them. And actually, one of the reasons the 2 years makes sense for us is, we have both specific and broad categories already for the next year laid out. So I don't have the funding in my pocket. So we'd have to, this is basically going to happen in fiscal year 28, right? So that we appreciate the extra year to make sure it gets done.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, so I guess I want to be careful because I work for UH Manoa, but as far as I know, UH Manoa is the one that can do this. So how can I encourage, like, I don't know that the contractor do it.
Hi, I am so sorry for interrupting. This is Danica Patel, Division of State Parks Council. Hello. I just would like to note, I believe Parks has to go through procurement for that type of thing. So that's where the contractor would be selected. So they'd have to meet all the criteria and everything, if that's helpful.
But it can be like, it can be in collaboration with, it's not like.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, certainly, I mean, if the state's hiring a consultant, they're going to be collaborating with the consultants because they have to agree on what the scope is and what the terms are and all of that. So it would be a collaboration between the two. It wouldn't just be here's a RFP, agree to it, and off you go.
Danica's right. We are bound by state procurement law, right? So, for a sort of a cooperative agency, another state agency, there are probably workarounds. I can't commit to it, but things like a MOU, cooperative agreement, that kind of thing can be achieved, but we can't break procurement law. That's just
Totally. No, I know. I just know that there's a reason that this hasn't been done. It's because nobody knows how to do it. So maybe Commissioner Deacos has a.
Commissioner Deacos?
Yeah, we all know consultants vary, and we have total trust in our state parks, but they're good consultants and different consultants. Maybe we can just tie this because there is a UH program that does this. It doesn't mean they're hired consultants, but it's in concert and conversation with that. So we just bind that there is a dialogue with the UH group, and maybe the vice chair knows the name of that group. But so there is, when they submit their compliance report, there is mention of that dialogue. So we know it's on the track we want it to be on.
I will defer to Corp Counsel, but I think that's dangerous.
I generally have concerns about dictating. I mean, you're talking about favoring a particular consultant or contractor, and that's the concern I would have there. If they do the study and it's not a good study or in someone's judgment, I mean, it'll be submitted to the department. It's going to be public record. And I think there would not, the commission wouldn't have approval authority over it, but it could certainly get the study, review it. And if there's problems with it, yeah. And you could, I suppose, dictate what the study could include to an extent, but I don't think favoring a particular contractor or consultant, I'd have some concerns over something like that.
Commissioner Dacos?
So it was, again, it's not contracting the UH. It's not, I think we've made other conditions where they, in communication with the dune restoration, county dune restoration program, right? So there's a dialogue with some oversight that we have trust in. So again, it's not saying you hire them, you pay them, but we know there's an institution that's reliable. We want to make sure this is done properly, that there is dialogue, just like we've tied these conditions to other agencies or groups. Sometimes it's a cultural group. I think we've done it in the past.
Again, I think I also have concerns in those cases as well, because you could also have that group might not exist or might not be available. I mean, I'm just generally listing the concern. I mean, if you have things about the study you want to include that you want to dictate, that's fine. I just generally have concern with referencing particular consultants or parties. You could perhaps be more general about it if you want to have qualified professionals or lineal descendants issues like that. But I'm generally just getting that concern here. I just have to reference that. So.
Vice Chair?
Maybe I can make a little amendment to the condition then, to call out specific aspects briefly that I know would require consultation. So instead of saying a quantitative carrying capacity, period, you could say a quantitative carrying capacity with environmental, ecological, cultural, social, and managerial components. Which you probably, but that would make sure that it would require like not just one person to.
It would require a wider scope of the body that's selected.
Can I explore another alternative? So when it comes to studies as this, and I think you mentioned like UH Manoa was the only one that has done this. So having worked on RFPs, sometimes what you're requesting is so specific that there's only really like one or two groups of people that can actually do it. So what if we were to tweak the condition that states something along the lines of that the applicant shall provide a quantitative carrying capacity study from that has done this before. Yeah, I mean, that's terrible wording, but somebody that has done this type of work before. And then I think in that sense, anybody that would be responding to this RFP would be a group that has actually done this type of study.
Okay.
My concern there is that I have to assume that the state procurement rules specify how someone is selected in the conditions and that someone has experienced it. So I think we'd almost be challenged that we're overriding what the rules are because we don't know. I don't know what the rules are. So I'd be cautious that we're not putting something in place that may not be aligned with the procurement laws.
I guess I'd have to defer to Mike, but I think, I mean, we can't in RFP procurement, you can sort of specify certain parameters, and I think it's reasonable to set a parameter of a group that has familiarity with this type of work, right? For example, like if you want a contractor to build a building, I mean, I think it would be reasonable to want one that has done that type of work before and not just some random person that.
Right, but I guess to me that's kind of table stakes. That you're not going to go out for an RFP to select somebody that hasn't done the work before.
Sorry,
yes,
if I may inform you again, Alan Carpenter again. So for state procurement for consultant selection, we form a committee of experts who then rank the consultants. It's not a straight up, it's not a high bid. Construction is straight up, low bid, right? But for consultant selection, we rank from a giant list of people based on their expertise. And so we can, we're not going to hire someone who's never done this before.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn. And I think my only thought on that is what if they didn't respond? What if the group you want, you limited the conditions so much, but they're not the ones that actually submitted a proposal? So I kind of like maybe where Vice Chair was going with a little specificity of what we would like to see in the study. Unless we can't even ask that, but then we're just sort of saying what type of carrying capacity study we want to see and what results we'd like included, I think.
So that was a long list,
It was just 7 extra words.
but it does make that very specific, which could reduce the pool of applicant or consultants to go for. Would you be comfortable with listing half of them, saying including these as in addition to others or something along that lines? Like, is there like part of that? Is there kind of a top grouping of them? Just one second, Commissioner Lind. I just want to finish my thought. Can we just reduce that so that it's not so specific that we're kind of hamstringing the pool of consultants, but we're making it clear what we want to accomplish, but not limiting it to that, saying these are the mandates, but we want more without going down the rabbit hole of listing every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say I don't know how to rank what's more important, like the environment or the culture.
Keep in mind what we're reviewing an SMA. So through that lens,
Yeah.
those in theory should be our top categories, I would think. I'll let you think on that. We'll go to Commissioner Lind. Commissioner Lind?
Yeah, I was wondering, this is for the state. You guys have departments who could carry out carrying capacity, the Office of Development, I don't know, planning? Maybe? No? They could carry out a carrying capacity study for McKenna State Park?
May I answer this? Hello again, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the legislature in 2022 directed DLNR to do a carrying capacity study of Pupukea Marine Life Conservation District on Oahu. And that was done, and the entity that ended up getting the contract was Malama Pupukea Waimea, which is a community stewardship group out there. And in that carrying capacity study, they looked at assessing human impact, documenting the effectiveness of closures, and long-term ecological strategies to protect ecological areas and cultural sites. So I'm not sure that it's necessary to, put specific terms. The purpose of Act 31 was to, hold on one second, I'm pulling it up. Was to basically assess human impacts on, assess human impacts on the natural environment, which includes cultural resources in the natural environment. So all of this is to say is, yes, DLNR has done this before. And in that case, at least that I'm aware of, the community group that Malama's that area was the one who ended up getting the bid. Obviously, we can't guarantee something similar because of procurement, but I'm sure that's kind of how the ranking process played out, as Administrator Carpenter was referencing.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, well, I know Jenny Yagodovich, she's with the MLCD and the Pupukea Marine Sharks Cove.
Yes, her group. That was her group that did this. I know Jenny too.
Okay. Okay, so we're still stuck in a kind of like where should we proceed from here? So thank you for the information. Aloha.
Vice Chair?
I would just, thank you for that. I'm pretty sure the Pupukea study wasn't quantitative, which then I guess comes back to maybe Commissioner Circle-Woodburn's point, is that we should be specific about what we want.
Mr. Dicos?
Yeah, I've just the amount of time that we spend on these permits. If we're going to put a condition in, I think that we want it to be impactful. I mean, this could be, this may not just be a one-off. This is precedents that we can set. We're fortunate to have expertise in this commission that we know what a true quantitative, probably the only one that's been done in the state apparently on Lanai. They can put the boundaries around it to make sure that it goes down that path. And if this does get done in 2 years, we now have a reference, a second one or whatever. But I think taking the time to make this very specific and make sure it goes down the road is worth our while. And I encourage, make it as specific as possible. That forces it down the direction we want to go. My 2 cents.
Mr. Circle Woodburn, do you have a comment? You look like you did. Yes.
Apologies. So my staff is kind of advising me behind the scenes. I'm the eternal optimist, but if you can't encumber this till fiscal year 28, I know you want it done fast, but I don't want to set us up for failure. And we do want robust public engagement. We wouldn't want to shortcut it or do it too quickly. So I would love to try to get it started this year, but if I can't, and we cannot get even a consultant selection until fiscal year 28, we might be cutting ourselves short with the timeline imposed. So I know that's the last thing anybody wants to hear, but we work at the speed of government. We do our best to try to break through those walls of bureaucracy. But I do, again, I should probably listen to my staff a bit more about the time frames. If you would consider perhaps the end of calendar year 2028 or July 2029. Mahalo.
Based on that, yeah, Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
So as we craft this, maybe some words that might help is, shall include but not be limited to, and maybe we list a few of those things that are at least related to the SMA, environmental, social, cultural, something like that, so that at least we're getting some of our results we want to see, and said it's not limited to only, in case we didn't list something.
And that's where I was going, is put what is absolutely mandatory, but not limited to. But I will say I do appreciate Commissioner Deco's your opinion and your position on let's get it right. So I agree with that. So just want to make sure that we're not creating a situation where we don't get a result because we've limited it to such a degree. So I think it's a balancing act that we just have to figure out. So I would love to list everything to protect it, but that could impede not only the results, but how quickly it can get done. So
Shall I list? I think my problem is that I know too much about carrying capacity. And, if I may, Chair?
Sure.
Then let's do environmental, ecological, cultural, social, environmental, ecological, cultural, and physical. And I'm also open, I want this to be successful for the state too, so I'm open to changing the time frame as well. I understand how hard it is to work under, the government timeline.
What was the last category you mentioned?
Physical.
Physical.
It's like the physical size of the beach. How many people can the beach actually just hold? Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think I missed the third one. Can you just go through those 5 again real quick?
How many did I list?
I think it was 5. I have environmental, ecological, cultural. Did you say cultural? Sorry.
Yeah.
Social, physical. Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Does the applicant have a proposed timeline? You said July of 2029 or end of year, fiscal year of 2028. Just confirming those are the two that you.
More is always better. We could always come in with a
Sooner.
interim report, right? Status reports.
Commissioners, do you have a recommendation? Commissioner Dekos?
Surprise, it's January 2020. No, what did you say? End of 2028.
The proposed was July of 2029 or end of fiscal year of 2028.
Calendar year. Sorry.
Calendar year.
End of calendar year would be mine.
So it'd be December 2028 or July of 2029.
Right. If they're open to one that's 6 months earlier, is that what it sounds like?
Correct.
I go with the one 6 months earlier.
Any other thoughts? I saw a couple nods on one side. Commissioner.
Yeah, I think we should, whatever the state can do, that's what I would go with. Yeah, if they say December 2028 is feasible, then that sounds great to me.
Other thoughts, comments?
I mean, it'll depend on the contractor and whether they can produce the time too, right? So
My thoughts, just being in the world of consulting, I would say July of 2029 is a safer. They can always deliver earlier or do interim reports, as just stated. Knowing the state and the selection process, and I don't know the whole procurement thing, but that's going to take time. And then to conduct it and do community engagement at a level that I think the state understands based on the last meeting, that'll take time. And I think my concern would be is that giving a little bit of leeway in the time, despite wanting the report sooner, but doing it the right way, I think is a better outcome for the community than putting a timeline of 6 months earlier and maybe not getting the results and the community engagement at the level that we would want. That's just my 2 cents. Vice Chair?
3.5 years to 4 years, that sounds like a total reasonable time frame. I think maybe we could, if that's right? That's 3.5 to 4 years.
No, it's 2.5.
2.5 to 3. Then I guess I would agree with the chair. Maybe let's go with July
29.
2029. Aren't we in 2020? Oh yeah,
We're 26.
yeah. And then I mean, if the results are produced earlier, like great. Let's see them earlier.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Okay, so that means we're also then not tying it to final compliance report. We're just giving them a date.
I think that would be better if they think they need additional time. Okay. Yeah.
It'd probably take 2 years just to do the study, is my guess. 1.5 years. Yeah.
So is there an amendment to the condition? Actually, we didn't even we didn't actually get a second yet. So Commissioner Circle Woodburn, would you like to recraft your condition?
My gosh, this started with me. Yeah, I mean, well, I think, Danny, do you have some wording already with including what Vice Chair recommended? And then if we can put July of 29.
Yeah, what I currently have is that the applicant shall provide a quantitative carrying capacity study that includes, but is not limited to, environmental, ecological, cultural, social, and physical impacts, and shall provide the report to the Maui Planning Department by July 31st, 2029.
Physical components. Sorry, Danny.
Okay, physical component impacts.
Are they all components?
They're all different. They're all different equations. Yeah, basically.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn, are you accepting that?
I'm happy with it if also Vice Chair and Commissioner Decos are, since they had more specificity. But I just need to say I'm okay with that.
You're okay, then we
Okay,
need
I'm
a second.
Okay, I'm okay if we get a second.
Is there a second? Vice Chair, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Yes.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Aye.
Commissioner Lind,
Yes.
Commissioner Decos,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
That is 7 votes for approval. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your contribution, and thank you for the state for your flexibility and working with us and getting to that point. Moving on, are there any other further conditions that the commission would like to recommend?
Chair.
Yes.
I mean, I'm all hesitant to say something again, since that last one took some time, but I kind of want something in there about parking. I appreciate what was said from the applicant about that it may not be beneficial to set an actual percent or an amount because they actually go above or below depending on weekends or holidays and they base it off of usage. But I guess I'm just wondering if there's a way to if there's support for it from my fellow commissioners, but something that is supportive of that they'll study, or when they can confirm if legally they can allocate a certain amount, or, I just want to make sure that we're somehow dedicating parking for residents. And if it's not necessary, because it automatically happens by the paid parking system, then maybe it's a moot point. But I just want to make sure that we're all comfortable that we've protected parking for resident users. So I don't know if that's more of a discussion before I propose.
Well, you can certainly propose a motion if you have a motion. Or an amendment for a motion.
That's just my concern at this moment, I guess.
So based on the discussion that we've already had on that, I think what I heard from the state is that they're willing to evaluate the legality of if it's feasible or not. But outside of that, there's not much they can commit to because we don't know what the solution is at this point. So to put a condition that they have to do something when we don't know the legality of that.
Sorry, Chair. I think we have someone from Parks that had a hand.
Yes, thank you. If you're speaking, you're on mute.
Danica, you had your hand raised. You had a comment?
Yes, thank you so much. So I completely defer to Corp Counsel Hopper, but in terms of having a set number of parking stalls specifically dedicated to state residents, that hasn't been something Hawaii courts have looked at, but other federal courts have found that that violates the United States Constitution. So it is unlikely that parks will be advised to set aside resident-only parking due to those U.S. cases that have found that to be unconstitutional. However, there is something we're looking at exploring on setting aside parking for cultural practitioners in a manner that would go under a kind of unique legal process. And me and my team haven't had time to, fully flesh that out, but that was kind of what we were thinking of recommending when if Parks was interested in doing that. So we would really request that you don't put a condition that we reserve parking for residents only, because that could get us all into some trouble. But I can assure you we are looking into the legality of cultural practitioner parking if that alleviates some concern.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Lind?
Back to the state, the lady that just spoke about the cultural practitioner seats in the park.
Yes.
Can you elaborate more on that, please?
Yeah, so one of my colleagues said she had seen it done somewhere else, and it was done more under an accommodation type law rather than making it resident specific. So it would be kind of novel, but if yeah, it would be more under an accommodation, working in maybe even chapter 6E, and other type of religious accommodation protections, kind of doing it under that legal umbrella rather than making it resident. So technically, like if there's a cultural practitioner from, say, no, I don't want to go down hypotheticals. Never mind. I was going to say from out of state, like someone's in town from Nevada or something. But that's just a little off point, and I haven't thought it through, so I shouldn't talk about it. But yeah, that is something we're thinking through, and Parks expressed some interest in doing that because I know there's a lot of practices that occur at McKenna State Park.
Okay. So if the state can consider that in the future for the operations, that would be nice. I don't think we should condition it into the state figure it out for all the state parks, and in the future to factor it in before you guys do face lawsuit from the practitioners too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that input. So Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Well, I don't want to get us in trouble. So
thank you.
If we can't do it, we can't do it. I just was wanting to try and we could help residents get parking, but I get it. If we can't do it that way, we can't do it that way.
I'm with you 100%, but I think based on what I've heard today in the submittal letter from the state that they've heard the community feedback, they've heard what we've said. They've obviously responded to some of those things, and based on the guidance from their corp council that it's being looked at in a different context. So I think there's some action, and I think makes me feel better. It doesn't fix what I think we're trying to fix, but I also don't think what we're trying to fix is really part of the SMA either.
Right. And it was actually good to know for any future projects that we might have. We know that that's not something we can do.
Okay, so I'm going to say we're going to remove that from strike. Any other proposed conditions? If there's none, I would like to suggest, if anybody would like to entertain it, that the applicant will commit to a separate project to review a state park bike path or bike pedestrian walking path.
We'd maybe look at what's the impact of this project that would necessitate the bike path condition and things like that. We want to maybe have that on the record to, what's the nexus toward what they're doing and, the bike path. Like, again, with the carrying capacity study, I don't know if that's something the state can talk about, but normally we look at mitigating the impacts for what they're doing, which is, the bathroom project and the other aspects of the park, and how a bike path would be to mitigate one of those impacts. I don't know if there's an increased traffic issue or access issue that the project is creating. So I think we'd want to try to get that on record and perhaps ask the state about where they're at with that as well. Because again, as I said, if it's a separate project, they'd have to do their own EA, they'd have to do their own SMA permit for that. And for that to be required as a condition of this project, we'd need to see why this project would, like any other traffic improvement, why the impacts of this project would require that. So I think that's what we'll be looking at to have on the record.
I guess my thought was that it would minimize future expansion of, or potentially minimize future expansion of the parking lot, because you're providing a different method to be able to get to the park that does not require a car, which has direct correlation to the environment, which is the SMA.
Chair, what about if the parking lot's full and people have to get there via walking from somewhere else, or if they've parked somewhere else and they walk or ride their bike from, I don't know, maybe that's tied to this project. I don't know.
I'm not pushing it. It came up from the community. I know the area. It is very dangerous, Commissioner Decos.
So from my perspective, which is the environmental, it's just increasing the footprint of the project. I understand you can get to a point where you could trade off cars for bikes. That would alleviate. But at this point, I don't see it as a mitigating. It just increases the footprint, in my opinion.
Again, I put it in there from community feedback based on my experience, but if there's no appetite, that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna just check with Corp Council, because we accepted the July 2nd letter as conditions that the response about working with the fire department on pinch points does not need to be addressed as a condition, correct?
Let's just be clear on the record. I just want to double check the comment. I think it's comment number 8, response to comment number 8. So this is the portion, page, I think 5, is that page 5 of the letter? Page 5 of the letter that states, in lieu of paving the full extent of the previously proposed parking areas, DSP will coordinate with FPS to identify critical access points and implement appropriate improvements such as striping and or pervious pavement of parking stalls, access lanes or fire lane areas, or operational measures such as on-site parking management to ensure that adequate emergency access is maintained at all times. That's the sort of the language you were looking at.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say if you're incorporating that letter, it should include all of those references. And if the planning department is okay with having that incorporated and having to refer to this letter, which could be 3 or 4 years from now or down the line, or if someone complains and there's a condition, they could pull up this letter, which should be part of the record, and review those. Or you could put that in a more specific condition to take out the 3 or 4 things that are represented here. So I think it's sort of up to you. But I think my position would be, though, that is a representation contained in the letter, and so would be enforceable against them if it's not done. It's for clarity's sake, though, because if you could have a planner, which could be not even with the department right now, in 5 years looking up this condition, you'd want to make it as easy as possible for them to reference with the project included. And so incorporating this by reference in your condition is hopefully sufficient, as long as you have the letter there, and then they can pull up the letter and see what the revised representations were.
Mr. Diaz, can you provide your suggestion?
Yeah, I don't think you'd have to individually add conditions for each of these things. We can reference the letter, with our database, the letter goes in, we can access it. In the future, if a planner that's not with us now ever were to research this project, part of it would be to watch this meeting, read the minutes, et cetera. So,
okay. So I will leave that alone unless the commission wants to makes a motion to have it as a condition.
It's good to bring that up on record. We'll come back, we'll hear you say that, right? So that's good.
Okay. So no appetite to put it as a motion, which is perfectly fine. We'll reference that to the July 2nd letter. Commissioner Lind, I'm going to come back to a comment you made about commitment to limiting days for commercial use. Is that a motion that you want to propose?
You know what? At this point, I'm not sure about it. I hope the state will always be there to protect the interests of certain people that has rights. You know what I mean? Practitioners, fishermen, stargazers, religious freedom, all that stuff. The national park, they don't Congress, I believe, passed a study, but they never did anything about it. So I don't know why we have to burden the state with such big amounts. They're just trying to build a bathroom for all of us, Understand where this is going at, but
Okay, thank you.
I
So
would just
again,
I would just hope that the state would, like the lady said, protect the cultural part of it. That's what I was getting at. That's all.
okay, thank you. You had mentioned it, so I just wanted to make sure that it didn't get lost in the shuffle of stuff.
Sorry, Terry. No. In other words, no conditions. Yeah.
Thank you for that confirmation, Commissioner Lind. The last one, again, just because there was discussion around it, was commitment to have community engagement to partner as a stewardship for the INA. If that is of interest to anyone of creating a motion. Vice Chair?
I mean, I guess I heard from the state that they already do a lot of community stewardship, so I guess what I got was we didn't need to condition that. It's already kind of part of what they do.
Well, starting to do. Yep. If not, again, it came up. I just want to make sure that we're covering all the bases. Is there any other further discussion, or Commissioner Dicos?
Just a question for the state, for the discussion around unlawful residents. So the park Maui, where you go and the Ocean Center, and it's all prioritizing residents with free parking. That's just I don't know. It seems like, would that violate the law that we were talking about?
So it's been brought to my attention, the Park Maui model. We do the same thing. We certainly favor residents by they don't pay, right? And non-residents do. I know that's been vetted. I can't opine on the Park Maui model, but I'll make our AG aware of it. It'll be part of our due diligence to study it.
So I guess that's not restricting the parking. It's just providing free parking for it.
That's precisely what we do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, that Commissioner Dicos?
Are we voting on the main motion?
That's where, if there was no further discussion or comments, then yeah, we would
Just
main motion.
I'll try to be brief. I know it's hard for me. So I'm not going to support the main motion, and I applaud the state for listening to everybody's comments and bending it. I know they mean well. But when I look at this from an environmental impact and a need, I just don't see the need. There's mention of brush fire. There's not a brush fire issue. There's not really a traffic issue. There was those sticking points for turning around vehicles. That seems like that could be addressed. It's really about a comfort station and a shower. That's for comfort for the people. So in my decision-making about mitigating against the environmental public trust resources, I can't see how this is beneficial to those public trust resources. There are impacts, the light, I'm glad it's minimized, but the testimony from Anna Bernard with Hawaii Wildlife Fund, they're the ones who monitor those 30 plus hawksbill, critically endangered hawksbill nests. She talked about the dark sky. This is the last beach that still has the dark sky. So having any introduction of possible light that would be on at the wrong time, it just seems unnecessary. I'm glad there's no additional pervious, and I applaud you for trying to accommodate, but I just cannot weigh the need. If this doesn't go through, we're just at where we are now, which is the dark sky. There's no underground wastewater system that could overflow into the wetland or anything like that. There's no wastewater per se. And I'll just add one thing, because of course people will reference the doo-doo in the bushes. Right? So as an expert in human doo-doo and dry toilets, I will just profess that's just compost. It is kind of gross when people don't bury it, but you go into very You go into backcountry, national parks, everyone just buries their stuff and there's not a problem. It's compost, a couple days later it goes into it. So when you add the water, that's where you get into health. That's where DOH has concerns because the water is the vector. And people who are going to go in the woods, they're going to do it regardless of whether there's a conversation, whether there's a porta potty or not. So anyway, I just can't see why there is a need and why we would add, you know, I wouldn't go and put a comfort station in some remote beaches in Lanai or, Molokai or whatever, just because that's just cracking the door open for more impact. And I think that's what we're doing here with this. It's just unnecessary, so I won't support this.
Thank you. There's no further comments. If we could take a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Aye.
Commissioner Lin,
Yes.
Commissioner Deacos,
No.
and Vice Chair Kealoha.
Aye.
That is 6 ayes and 1 nay. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your contribution. And again, thank you to the state for listening to the community and taking the time and coming back with different solutions. And as a personal note, because it is the beach I go to, I do appreciate that the efforts and trying to do something for the community and for the residents that live here that we've not had for any time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, do we need a short break, everybody, or do you want to forge on?
No, you're good.
Forge through? Okay, 'cause lunch will probably be here in about a half an hour or so, so kind of forge through to then.
Can we take a break then? No?
We'll take a break then. Well, then we'll just take a recess because they're setting up. We're just gonna need a moment just as they're getting set up. Okay. Since I have departures here in setup, I'm going to call for a quick recess for 5 minutes. So it's 11:30. We will recess until 11:35. Thank you. Fourteenth, 2026. We are now on agenda B1. If the department could read us into the record, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next item is the adoption of the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision in order regarding a state land use commission special permit and a county special use permit submitted by Tetra Tech on behalf of AES Kuihelani Solar. And this is for a solar project along Kuihelani Highway. This item came before the commission on May 26th of this year. So with that, I'll hand it over to the applicant's attorney, Mr. Cal Chipchase. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Morning, Chair. It's still morning a little bit. Good morning, members. I'm Cal Chipchase. Keola Whitaker is with me. As Mr. Diaz explained, we're here for the adoption of the order memorializing your decision. There are two parts to it, the county permit and the state permit. The adoption of this order is the final decision on the county permit. For the state permit, the state allowance for the solar project, we would move to the Land Use Commission, where it will have the benefit of the full record before this commission and this commission's proposed decision, but it will require separate proceeding and action before the Planning Commission. I believe in the order that we proposed before you, we've captured all of the pertinent parts of the record, including the admission of the exhibits and the other documents and the facts that were essential for your consideration. I believe we've also captured the conditions. They're proposed by the department as well as or amended by the commission at our last meeting. And so I'd submit that our decision captures factually and legally the correct decision and recommendation of this body, and I'd ask you to vote to adopt it. Thank you.
Maybe Mr. Chipchase can go over, but I don't think we need to separately add in those items if they're referenced to your satisfaction in the decision and order. But I think it's good to reference for the record, there were a few missing items that are being added to the record with the decision and order, including the application and other documents that were linked to your agenda. So
and to that point, Mr. Hopper, paragraph 13.
Okay.
Of the proposed decision notes the admission of all the items that we discussed last time and all the other documents that had been submitted by the applicant or by the department.
So unless there's anything commissioners wanted included, that wasn't, I think that you've got what you need, particularly with the application being added, but there were some additional documents as well.
Just to clarify, the revised Exhibit 1 that we received, is that inclusive of that? We received it?
Yes,
yesterday.
we have Exhibit 1 noted as being part of the record that will transmit to the to the Land Use Commission.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
With that,
sorry to interrupt. This is the court reporter. Who was just speaking to Mr. Chipchase right now? For the record, please.
I'm Chair Ward.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I will open up it to any discussion with the commission. Okay, since it's a DNO, there's no recommendation from staff. Is there a motion to accept the DNO as presented?
A motion to accept.
Commissioner Kamai, do I have a second? Commissioner Dikos, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Commissioner Dikos, would you like to speak to your motion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Commissioner Patel is used.
I was going to say that.
Oh, sorry, forgot about that.
Recused them.
Commissioner Okoliko? Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Aye.
Commissioner Lynn?
Yes.
Commissioner Dikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Kealoha?
That is 6-4, one recused, so motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
That brings us to agenda item B2. If the department could read us into that, please.
Thank you, Chair. This item is an introduction and presentation from our Plan Implementation Division, and they're going to discuss the Title 19 rewrite project and give you folks an update. So I don't know, Scott, do you need a few minutes to set up or? Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks.
Still running right here, so I'll be good. For those online, they're just setting up their laptops, so we'll just be a moment.
Kelly Scott's.
Energy all here. Do you need this?
Right, ready?
Okay.
Wherever you guys are.
We are ready. If you could please state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Scott Forsyth. I'm with the Planning Department. I'm the Plan Implementation Division Program Manager. With me today is Aliki Binyaris. She's Senior Planner with the PID Division as well. Thanks for giving us the time today to update you on the rewrite of the Title 19 zoning code. Also joining us online is Allison Mausch, our consultant with Orion Planning and Design. However, I think Allison may have to be leaving soon. So we'll still see if she's on in a few minutes. But lastly, before I get started, I want to express to anyone listening in that no action is being taken today on this item and no new code content will be presented. Also, just to explain a little bit, this is a presentation that we provided to the Housing and Land Use Committee in June. So there's a little bit more information in here that maybe you want to be informed about. However, I want to be consistent because we're giving the same presentation to all the planning commissions as well. So just bear with me, but it shouldn't take too long, maybe about 15 minutes. So what's going on with the Title 19 rewrite? It's no secret that it's been several years since this effort launched in 2019 and is yet to be complete. And there's some valid reasons for that. A significant amount of work was done when the project first began. However, COVID soon hit, things went into lockdown, and coordination became difficult. Staff time was also diverted to other priorities requiring a department-wide effort, including getting the MAPS permitting system up and running, and then attention shifted to wildfire recovery activities. And through all this, we've dealt with staffing shortages, including retirement of long-term staff and their wealth of institutional knowledge. And the department is now on our fourth planning director since this project began. But there is good news. A considerable amount of work is underway, and we have a path forward for how this will all get done. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So for today's presentation, we'll cover some background information to put this effort into context, go over some basic zoning fundamentals, and then go over the County Council and Planning Commission's review and adoption process for how all this is going to take place over the next couple of years. Next slide. The county's first zoning ordinance was adopted in 1960, over 65 years ago. The world was a much different place and the county's population was much smaller at around 43,000. On a national level, suburbanization was rapidly expanding. The GI Bill made mortgages and home ownership more attainable, and federal funding for roads led to the rapid expansion of highways, enabling people to commute farther distances. Now, Maui doesn't exactly fit the same model as what was happening nationally. However, there are similar characteristics. For instance, town centers like Wailuku and Paia were self-sustaining communities where housing and business activities were in close proximity for daily needs. But as home ownership was becoming more attainable, developments on the outskirts of town were popping up, such as Kahalui's Dream City in the 1950s. And people like this. They could afford buying their own home and could hop in their own car to go where they wanted to go. Also, zoning principles were conducive to this type of development, meaning housing is put here, businesses over there, processing plants over there, and so on. Then around the 1970s, a steady increase in the island's population ticked upward for the next several decades. The population went from about 71,000 in the 80s to around 160,000 as it is today. However, as this growth was happening, zoning code concepts stayed relatively the same, and remedies came in the form of many zoning code amendments that continue on to this day, ultimately leaving us with the patchwork Frankenstein code of regulations we use today. Right, so a little bit about Title 19. More of this will be covered in the next section, but before going any further, here's some basics on Title 19. Maui County Code consists of 22 titles, and Title 19 is the zoning code. In its most basic sense, the zoning code regulates the way we use land and sets parameters for how we build, such as how far from another person's property line you can build and to what height. It identifies zoning district types, such as residential, commercial, and industrial districts, and what types of activities can happen in those areas. Title 19 also includes regulations for things such as accessory structures, parking and landscaping, and requirements for B&Bs and short-term rental homes. It provides the rules and processes for various permits such as change in zoning, conditional use permits, or special use permits. And the planning department is a responsible agency for administering Title 19. The 22 titles in county code are listed here on the right of your screen. 2 other titles are closely tied with the zoning code and often get confused with it, including Title 18 subdivisions and Title 16 buildings and construction. Both titles do not fall under the purview of the planning department. The development and permitting process can be complicated to understand, but it needs to be mentioned that there are other processes at play that won't be addressed by the Title 19 rewrite. Now we'll start getting into the rewrite itself. In 2018, an audit of the zoning code was completed, and it provided us with many findings on the existing code. What the audit told us is pretty much what we already knew, but it really provided the base or starting point to begin a comprehensive overhaul of Title 19. In general, the audit told us that the code's framework is outdated and we're long overdue for a rewrite. The code is fragmented due to decades of piecemeal amendments that have left us with a confusing, contradictory, and difficult to navigate and administer code. The code is misaligned with our plans and lacks a strong relationship with the general plan, and it will fail to effectively implement the modern visions being laid out in the more recently adopted community plans. The rewrite will address these issues, and we will also aim to, among other things, make the code more cohesive, organized, user-friendly, and modernized with planning best practices and principles that promote well-designed communities. And you can find the full audit report on the website t19rewrite.org. So I won't get into all of these items, but it's worth mentioning that quite a bit of work has already been done, especially pre-COVID and over the last about year and a half. And we're working hard to deliver a draft content to you and the community starting later this year, which I'll go over in a few more slides when we go over the schedule. All right, so the next few slides cover some zoning fundamentals. We'll go over exactly what zoning is, how it fits into Hawaii's unique land use system, and importantly, clarify what zoning can and cannot accomplish. This foundational understanding is vital as we begin working together to modernize the code. Okay, for starters, there are 2 basic elements to the code. The zoning regulations are codified as Title 19 in the Code of Ordinances. And this is hosted online by a platform called Unicode, which you can see on the left and can be accessed online. There's also the zoning map that identifies each property's zoning designation. This is not in Unicode and can be found on the Planning Department's website. The scope of the rewrite project is to update the zoning regulations found in Unicode. If the rewritten code triggers the need to update the map, then that would occur as a separate effort following the adoption of the new code. So at its core, zoning is the primary regulatory tool we use to shape the physical layout, design, and character of our communities. Our authority to zone comes from the state level through HRS 46.4, which grants the county the power to regulate land use to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. Historically, zoning was created to separate incompatible uses. For example, keeping heavy industrial manufacturing away from residential neighborhoods and schools. Today, it governs not just the use of land, but the physical characteristics of development. How tall a building can be, how far they must sit from the property line, and how much of a lot can be covered, for example. And zoning applies to everyone. A common point of confusion is the difference between our community plans and our zoning code. Think of the general plan and our 9 community plans as the strategic vision. They establish policies and designate future land uses based on a 20-year planning horizon. They represent what the community wants to be and are developed by the community. Zoning, on the other hand, is a legal mechanism that implements that vision. It regulates what can be built on a property today. State law mandates that our zoning put the general plan into effect. However, right now, Title 19 does not have a strong relationship to our adopted plans, making plan implementation extremely difficult. This is our primary driver for the comprehensive update. Excited. So when used effectively, zoning is an incredibly powerful tool for shaping our communities. It allows us to control the physical form of development, ensuring that new buildings fit the scale and character of the surroundings. It establishes the objective standards that developers must meet, such as providing adequate parking or maintaining appropriate setbacks from property lines. Most importantly, it creates predictability. A clear, modernized zoning code ensures that property owners know exactly what they can do with their land and neighbors know what to expect next door. Here's an example to illustrate. The geographic area where each zoning district applies is identified on the county's official zoning map. For each zoning district, the zone regulations allow specific types of uses, for example, single-family homes, and regulate the location and size of development. They include standards such as height, the minimum distance a building must be set back from the front of the lot, and maximum size of secondary buildings. The code also includes general development standards that apply to most or all development in the county, such as the amount of required parking or landscaping. What zoning cannot do. It's equally important to understand the limitations of zoning. It is a land use tool, not a magic wand. Zoning cannot control the real estate market. We can zone land for housing, but we cannot force a private landowner to build that housing, nor can we dictate the final market price or guarantee property values. Zoning regulates the use of land and structures, not the people who occupy it. We cannot use zoning to restrict who moves into a neighborhood or to control human behavior. We also cannot override higher jurisdictional authority. The Title 19 update will not change state land use districts, won't change SMA requirements, and it won't change FEMA flood maps. Finally, zoning cannot retroactively erase history. Properties that were legally developed under past rules generally have the right to remain as non-conforming uses, even if the rules change around them. What Title 19 is not. Title 19 is not the SMA. However, zoning standards still apply in the SMA. SMA is state law that's administered by each county's planning department via planning commissions, SMA, and shoreline rules. And as we already covered, Title 19 is not the building or subdivision code. I'll now go over the process by which you will review the draft code content and how the community can get involved. So next slide. Don't get scared at this slide. It scared me for a while there, but it's pretty simple to follow here. Basically, the new code draft chapters need to go through a formal review and adoption process. Originally, when we were scoping this effort out, it was intended to bring the entire code itself at one time to you folks for review, to county council for review and adoption. That would have been a tremendous chunk of information for anybody to just comprehend, not to mention just go through and, a meeting or two. So we looked at the other ways of going about doing this. And what this slide illustrates is from left to right, that will first bring draft chapters for review to council committee and the 3 planning commissions in several incremental groups, referred to as modules, which I'll cover in the next slide. Once we get all the modules of draft chapters reviewed, we'll then bring the entirety of it all through the commissions and council for final adoption in one comprehensive ordinance. The draft code chapters will be divided into smaller groups to be reviewed incrementally, module by module, as opposed to the entire code working through all at once. Similar topics have been grouped together in these modules, and complex issues have been spaced out in different modules to not overload a single module with too many difficult or complex chapters to review. Here's another diagram to help clarify the process using module 1 as an example. So moving left to right, the module chapters go through an exhaustive review process by the department's advisory committee. And to mention, last February, the department, the folks on the very first slide, I probably went by too quick, but within the department, each division head is part of the divisions or the department's Title 19 task force. And we meet every week to go over the code and keep it on track and really discuss the key issues within the code that need to be revised, updated, or amended. Last February, the department spent 2 days workshopping the content of Module 2. We just closed the doors and we put ourselves in a room with a consultant and worked through the entire module. It was a really comprehensive and thorough review, kind of just vetting, what we see as the key issues that need to be addressed. So our consultant, Orion Planning and Design, they use this feedback to help draft the new code content. At various times throughout the process, we'll look to the community for feedback and also begin working the draft reviews through the formal planning commissions and council process. We then repeat this process for the next module of chapters. And when all the new draft code chapters have been reviewed and revised as needed, then the entirety of the code goes for adoption as Title 19. So we're still in the process of identifying our engagement efforts and strategies, and we're still early on in bringing this to you. That's why we're giving this presentation today. But later this year, we do expect to be bringing these modules forth for county committee and the planning commission's review. So as we refine the engagement process, there will be opportunities for the public to get involved. The project's website, t19rewrite.org, will be the place to go for the latest information, and it will be updated as we get the specifics refined. Okay, you can go to the next one. So timeline. This is where we're trying to be ambitious yet get this done right. It's going to be a couple-year process. So we're lining ourselves up right now with a turnover in which the county council is going to be, election season is coming up. So 2 years would be ideal to have this go through the whole review process with one unified council. And so that's what we're attempting to do, is get this through within the next 2 years, up until about 2029 or so, and bring it forth through final adoption at that point in time. So here's a general overview of what's to come. This month, we're providing this presentation to each planning commission on the process. Tomorrow we have Lanai, and then Molokai is next week. Later this summer or fall, we'll introduce the first module or set of chapters to you, and the module 2 chapters will be closely behind. So this is going to be a continuous ongoing process for the next couple of years. Moving into 2027, you expect more to come in that iteration. So the project website, this is going to be central to everything. This is where we're going to be tracking the information, the materials, the draft materials will be included on there. Any opportunities for public engagement will be listed on this, as well as planning commission meetings, as well as the history of the planning commission's actions on items, as well as council. But we encourage anyone who's interested in the zoning code rewrite to sign up for updates so you can be notified as to when this will be coming back to you, and for future opportunities for feedback. So in closing, I want to emphasize that this is a complex undertaking. It won't succeed unless we all mutually collaborate on this effort. But it can be done, and the department is committed to getting it done for the betterment of Maui County. So that's all we have in this overview. I know that's a lot of information. I went through it very quickly, but I'll now turn it over to you if there's any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the commission? Oh, I'm sorry, public testimony. Do we have any? Nobody's in the gallery, so.
There's no one signed up in person, but online.
We do have one.
I'm not quite sure if Christopher Salem wanted to testify. If you do, just unmute your mic and video. Okay, maybe not. There's someone else calling in. And if you are calling in, press, I think it's *6 to unmute yourself.
I believe I just did the *6.
We can hear you.
Guess I should phrase it. I phrase that as a question.
We can hear you.
Well, you can hear me. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for the presentation by the consultant on Title 19. For the record, my name is Christopher Salem. I'm a resident of Napili for approximately 30 years. My specific areas of background would be a former executive assistant to the Maui County Council under the chair of planning, as well as a staff member of the Office of the Mayor, specifically tasked with areas that are of being spoke to today in both agenda items. My input is on this Title 19 process. I would agree with the consultant that while this only touches on one area of the Maui County Code, part of the complexities for both the citizens and any applicants is the fact that it is hard to navigate between these different sections. And there can be very damaging consequences depending on the interpretations of those codes. So I'm going to speak specifically to our neighborhood, and I'll speak to the broader picture later. In Title 19 of the Maui County Code was just amended in the historic district of Lahaina. It galvanizes into the record that residential and hotel standards are obviously very different. That being the heights for single-family homes or residences are 30 feet. H1 hotels are 45 feet tall. One of the issues is Napili has a unique overlay. The Napili district, which has been, in my opinion, not only manipulated, but misrepresented by planning staff. That overlay, although it's called a hotel district, that is really a mixed use district, and that needs to be cleaned up in this process. You have 808 Surfboards that was there, you have Auntie's home there, you have hotels, you have condominiums, you have single family residences all over there. It is not a hotel district in terms of usages on the individual parcels. When you peel back the onion, you will see what those are. And now we start getting into the community plans, and we start getting into all these other areas that can become very complicated for people who don't really understand what the motivations are. The net of it is, in my professional career, I've built over 450 residential units, in-house land planning, civil engineering, et cetera, in very strict municipalities. There would be serious consequences for the application, like Greg Brown's. Am I still with you? I'll wrap it up. Are we still here?
You're still here.
Okay, I'm sorry. The phone said hand lowered, so I'll wrap this up. There would be serious consequences for falsified applications such as the monster home in Napili, which is now about to escalate into the courts once again. The bottom line is Title 19 does need to be rewritten, but specific applications need to be looked at and addressed, and the community's knowledge and concerns need to be addressed. So I think my time is probably up, and I'll address further later, but thank you so much for allowing me to testify here today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Dicos?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Salem. Just to help me understand, clarify the monster home situation, what would prevent that? Are you suggesting there are ways to prevent that in the future in the new Title 19?
Yes, I am, and I would raise a question or an issue that I'm not sure, I haven't testified the Planning Commission since the early 2000s and so in your Dropbox, I believe, and maybe you could confirm this, the very helpful chat person is a complete history of that project where we were actually seeking the intervention and determination by the Planning Commission. And I'm surprised that's not on the agenda or it's not in the reports you're receiving today. To answer your question, Mr. Diekos, and thank you for all your years of assistance in Olawalu, et cetera. Yes, the answer is these district overlays, and there's very few of them, maybe Napili is the only one. They imply the usages can be something as just an aggregate application. But it's what's on the individual parcels, whether it's residential, hotel, et cetera, is what actually dictates that. So on that specific project, which is the issue that's in that report that I've provided to you, we've asked the planning director for a determination of the current information and violations, and she has refused to respond, which prevents us from appealing a decision, even if it's a negative one, to this planning commission. And that is the issue, folks, today, and the repeating issue within the planning department. If we don't make a decision, there's no decision to appeal. So I hope I answered the question. Right now, we're dealing with the failure of, go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
This is not relevant to the agenda item before us. So if there's a concern,
well, if you I'm sorry, if you read, we're in Title 19, and the discussion was earlier, and I'll try to make this succinct, is that there's an overlay between SMA and Title 19. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to be a good citizen and help on these issues.
I appreciate that. But diving into a specific case is not what we're here for. We're discussing the future of what Title 19 is, and it's just an update to the commission understanding what's going to be before us. So I appreciate the input, but I think we're going down a different direction with your commentary at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. And next testifier, please.
Next testifier is John Helly.
Can you hear me?
I can. Well,
Thank you. I have a question for the testifier from on the update. Title 14, Title 18, and Title 19 all have very profound interactions in land use planning and water supply and water sufficiency. I don't see anything in your presentation that refers to consideration of water supply and anything that you're doing regarding Title 19. And I wonder if I'm overlooking anything, or if you could comment on, in particular, where the water supply in the entire county, Maui Nui, is considered in the review that you are doing, which will stand, I think, using something like your language, for the next 50 to 100 years.
So this is Chair Ward, just to clarify that this is not a Q&A discussion. If you have questions that you would like to present or as part of your testimony to the commission, you can do so, but you would not be asking questions directly to the testifier.
Okay, then I pose that question to the chair.
Yeah, just to clarify, this is a 3-minute period for you to provide testimony. If you want to raise questions in that testimony, you can, but it's not a Q&A for the chair or anybody else. You can essentially.
Okay, then don't answer. My point was to raise the question, and I think the lack of an answer is a statement in itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions? Commissioner Dikos?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr. Helly, can you just clarify the confusion? I missed the concern you have with the presentation.
No, thank you, Commissioner Dikos. There's a Title 19 does not exist in a vacuum, of course. It's a land use component which integrates with Title 14 and Title 18. And the interactions between those title sections are important. And as far as I've been able to determine so far, there's a big gap between them regarding the consideration of the sufficiency of the water supply for the county. And I'm concern that this large review, very apparently thorough and deep review of a major component of land use, perhaps, I don't know which one's more important, but certainly a very important one, is not explicitly addressing any of those interactions with Title 14, nor the sufficiency of the water supply in any substantial way.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. And next testifier, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's no one else signed up.
And no one in person? Nope. Okay. Then public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. With that, any questions for the presentation? Commissioner Nikos.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few quick ones. So one, I was curious, I think you mentioned 2 meetings, but is the plan to do 1 module per meeting, or can you just, for us to review?
There are approximately 7 or 8 modules that we'll be working through the process. And it's really going to, I think, be determined on the efficiency of everybody involved in reviewing the information. It's going to be a tremendous amount to digest. But so as we work through the module reviews, we may need to adjust the process, but hopefully, being optimistic, it can be done within that 2-year timeframe. That's also contingent on other items that may be coming before the commission that could potentially bump, this item as well. And so there's a lot of variables at play, I think, in the review process and achieving that 2-year timeframe.
Thank you. And then just if you had any comments about this Title 19 handle, monster homes and water. Seems like there were 2 concerns that Title 19 might be able to address, if you had any comments on that.
Well, I heard the last testifier, and the planning department's purview isn't over the water. I would just comment that there are other means by which that is assessed within our permit reviews and application review processes. But it's something that we'll definitely be listening and considering if there's anything that we can do to accommodate that. Yeah.
And monster home seems to be a thing. Is that something Title 19 can address, or is that just specific to this mixed district in the Peely? Seems like a unique situation.
So if, I think that may be the Napili Bay Civic Improvement District. I'm not exactly certain that property zoning designation, and I'm not, too familiar with the, particular project that was brought up. So I'm not really prepared to get into that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? I have a quick follow-up one, and it's just a procedural, and I might have missed it. My understanding from what I heard was that we're going to go through each module. You'll take notes, make updates, and then we'll get one final copy of the whole thing. There's no second review to check the edits of what we proposed before we do the final review. Not that I want more work. I'm just
Yes and no. So the modules will go through. We'll receive your feedback, your input, and then as the modules go through and we table those modules, then the final package of everything will be brought forward to you again prior to going to county council and to county council, our committee, and then county council themselves. So that final full volume of information will be a secondary chance to look at the information following the individual modules going through. Sense?
It does. If I could just offer a suggestion from being on CPAC.
Sure.
Establishing a process where it's clear when we get the second version with the updates that it's very easy for us to correlate and say change that was requested is here and it appears here. Trying to read a revised document to correlate back to what was decided and voted on when it's a volume is extremely, extremely complicated. So I don't know the direct answer, but if there's a way to make those edits stand out in the revised document to make it very clear and correlate it back to the original, or at least the notes of why we made it, I think would help the process move a lot faster.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, and we're becoming experts at Excel and spreadsheets, and we're going to be tracking this all the way through the process. So following each planning commission meeting, we will be doing a meeting summary, which we're going to be posting on the project website. But in addition to that, yeah, so for any changes that have been made by or revisions suggested by any of the planning commissions, by county council, by the public, we'll be tracking and keeping a record of that. So that way, when it comes back to you, we'll clearly be able to explain what revisions have been made, and that'll be another chance for you to comment on that.
Thank you. And that got to my second question. So if a different planning commission makes a different recommendation than maybe what we've recommended, how does that get resolved? Because different commissions have different priorities and balances and needs.
Yeah, I think we're all gonna have to get into a room with a bunch of like inflatable sticks and get out. There's going to be, not everyone's going to agree on it. It's going to be a very challenging, complex project to work through the various reviews. The department, we will be assessing the recommendations that come our way to see, is it feasible to do it? Is it valid? What makes the most sense? What's the best planning practice, that we should be going by in these situations? So we'll be providing our recommendations as well on any changes that may be happening. We're not just going to take a change and say, okay, yep, that's what it's going to be. We're going to assess what those revisions may be and what the implications and outcome of it would ultimately, turn out had it become adopted as that.
I give you guys a lot of credit and wish you a lot of luck. Because I think the complexity there is through the commission's perspectives, they're different animals and what everybody's needs are. So I wish you luck.
Thank you.
And I say that like truly generally. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, thank you for the presentation and look forward to the next update.
Yeah, we're going to become really good friends throughout this process. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to agenda item B3. If department could read us into the agenda item, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is a update on a special management area boundary assessment. In fiscal year 2026, the Maui County Council approved the department's request for professional service to complete an assessment of Maui Island's SMA area. Essentially, as you folks know, the SMA was created many years ago, and it's basically Makai of all the highways. Not very scientific, not really based on, the environment, et cetera. So our deputy director is spearheading this effort to have a study done on where should the SMA area be. It could be shrunken down, it could be expanded, et cetera. But Ms. Analis here is here for an update. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Commission. Thanks so much for being here. I know it's been a long meeting. We're excited to bring this to you today. It's been a long road and a lot of input from the department. So we're very proud to basically today we are going to be giving you an update and we're going to be asking for your initial feedback. So with me today is Mr. Ali Lau from SSFM International. He flew all the way here from Oahu, and he was here before his kids were at daycare. So he's our wonderful expert that we're very grateful to represent his team. So very briefly, I'll be touching on, so how did we get here? why is the department proposing an amendment, and amongst other items, Ollie will cover what's going on with this assessment, what are the preliminary findings, and what are the next steps. So where do we start? At the beginning, how and why are we here? This project was initiated from the Maui Planning Commission's successful implementation of adopting the erosion hazard line as the island's shoreline setback. By updating the shoreline setback with scientific and environmentally informed lens, we do feel this new boundary assists us in protecting our shoreline resources. Given this success, we had a hypothesis. Would replicating this approach with fresh eyes provide similar insight for the greater SMA boundary? And at the very least, what intersection of public input, scientific research, cultural resource review, and best practices from other municipalities could result in an updated geospatial boundary that is informed by the current conditions? And has things changed since 1979, which was the last boundary update? So I'm going to turn it over to Ollie, and basically thank you all for your attention.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, nice to meet you. I'm Ollie Lau, because I promised to tell the truth. I have a presentation. So like Anna said, today we're just going to kind of give you a brief overview of our approach to the project, where we are so far, which is right at the beginning, and then where we're going. Is there a presentation? Could someone share it, please? Or if not, I think I have staff online who can share as well.
Those online, apologies, we're having a little technical issue. We're just waiting for the presentation to come up. And here it is.
There we go. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our kind of brief agenda. We'll give you a introduction to the project team, where we are so far, and then provide you folks time for feedback. Next slide, please. So as Anna mentioned, this is a Department of Planning project being led by Anna and Laurie Sanger with support from UHC grant from Tara and Wes, who I'm sure you all know. On the consultant side, SSFM is the lead. So I'm Ollie, like I said, I'm the project manager. With me on my team and online today is Heather Bartlett, Alice McLean, and Morris Atta. We're also working with HD Harvey Associates, who are in the process of joining Integral Consultants, which is why we've got the two logos there. So we have Shaheen Ansari, Erica Escajeda, and Gregory Spencer. And then finally, Alexa Dyker is doing our legal analysis. Next slide, please. All right, overview of the project. Next slide, please. So how did we get to kind of where we are? In 1972, this is a very brief background, I promise, the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act was passed. So that is, and the goal of that is to protect our ocean resources. And from there, every ocean state and Great Lakes state was required to pass their own Coastal Zone Management Act. So in 1975, Hawaii passed the Special Management Area. That was kind of an interim stage. And then 1977, we have HRS 205A, which is the Hawaii Coastal Zone Management Act that regulates special management area permitting. And then in 1979, the special management areas across the state were amended. And most of them haven't moved since. Next slide, please. And so the goal of this project is really, as Anna said, does this boundary still make sense? So as you can see, this is the original map of the SMA on the island of Maui. 10% of the island roughly is designated as in the SMA. There have been no changes here since 1979. There's been no changes on Molokai, and Lanai updated the SMA boundary in 2018. And we're focusing just on Maui Island for this project. Next slide, please. The purpose of our project is to assess and recommend potential revisions to the boundary. That doesn't mean that revisions have to happen, but the goal, like Anna said, was to develop this scientifically based, legally defensible, responsive to projected climate change boundary that also balances the need for environmental protection, which is what the SMA does, with the burden of excessive review or permitting requirements, as kind of folks tend to think the SMA does. Right. Next slide, please. So this is kind of set the guardrails of where we are. Like I said, we're trying to create or put forward recommendations for a scientifically and legally informed criteria. We're focusing on the inland boundary, right? The SMA extends to the shoreline. We're not trying to change that. So we're focused just on the inland boundary. And the goal is to provide a recommendation for potential boundary amendments and then opportunities for folks across the island of Maui to provide input. We are not trying to amend the SMA rules. We're not trying to amend the shoreline setback. And the project will not unilaterally amend the SMA boundary. That is your job, right? If you choose to do so. And so, like I said, the goal is just recommendations to move forward. This is our approach. So we've done an assessment of shoreline boundaries, which I'm going to present the kind of key highlights of today. That assessment was to look at how we got to where we are today and how other states and territories manage their coastal zone. We're then doing kind of the bulk of the work is this mapping and analysis portion. We're going to develop a set of criteria that we can then geospatially analyze where the boundary is, how it might move, and then we'll put forward 3 scenarios that we'll then analyze on economic, environmental, cultural, legal, and socioeconomic impact. So we want to understand what the impact of those changes are going to be before any recommendation is made. And then finally, we put it together in a report. And then alongside, we'll be doing a bunch of community outreach. So we'll have 6 community outreach meetings, and we'll present to you folks up to 5 times. So here's number 1, and we'll be back towards the end of the project. Next slide, please. This is that schedule in graphic form. The orange line tells us where we are. We're in July. So like I said, we're finishing up that first deliverable, and then we'll be back again, hopefully with something to the public towards kind of March, April time. There'll be a full public review period, and then we'll come here to present the findings to you that's too small for me to read, but it looks like July of next year. Next slide, please. So this is where we are in the project. Like I said, we've submitted a draft assessment of shoreline boundaries to the county for their review. And I'm going to present the kind of key highlights and how the boundary has been drawn thus far on the island of Maui. Next slide, please. So the key findings really start with HRS 205A. There are 10 objectives within that statute that are the baseline for should form and will form the baseline for any criteria used to assess the SMA. All criteria have to be considered, not just proximity to the coast. So you can see some of these: recreational, historic resources, scenic and open space resources. So that often encompasses coastal views, coastal ecosystems, economic uses, coastal hazards, beach and coastal dune protections, marine and coastal resources, and then managing development and public participation. Next slide, please. The other kind of findings are that expanding the SMA is easy, comparatively, right? But there is a much more heightened legal scrutiny if you want to reduce the size of the SMA. There's a much more legally defined process to make it smaller than it is to expand the protection. And then any boundary amendment would require a concurrent Kapakai analysis from the department that is not part of this project, but would be a requirement as if amendments were moved forward. And then there's 4 ways that the boundaries were currently developed. Predominantly, we use the Makai highways, not just on Maui, but on every island. Also used with the state urban land use districts, and then slightly less used, but still, used as criteria were elevation, so elevation above sea level, and specific natural features that were thought to need protection. And I'm going to go through some examples of those now. Next slide, please. And the next one. This is our most common boundary, the most common boundary here on Maui, using the Makai border of the highways. So this is an example from Waiahu. The SMA here follows Kahikili Highway from Wailuku all the way to Honolulu Bay, and similarly follows Hana Highway from Haiku to Hana. And that advances that scenic and open space resources because you're protecting views from the highway, which is why it feels so far inland sometimes. there are, as you can see in this picture, we've got, in this map, you've got development Mackay of the SMA line. And so that is a factor that we will look at when we're assessing the boundaries. Next slide, please. The next kind of most common boundary that was used was the state urban land use district. So these were drawn in 1979, and in some cases, so this is an example from Kahului, right? The blue line is your urban land use district, and the red line is the state highway. And at the time, it was not really considered pono, or the right thing to do, to put too much ag land in the SMA. So there was more ag land, kind of Mackay of the state highway, so they chose to follow the urban land use district instead. That also had impacts because these are, in the 70s, these were often proposed, right? Proposed urban land use district before development happened, or before development got to the extent that it is today. Next slide, please. So not as common, these last two, but still used. This is an elevation line. So at Ukumehame, the SMA follows the 200-foot elevation line, so 200 feet above sea level. And it follows it kind of through the poly there to Monavaipuea Gulch, and then drops down to a fixed linear distance from the shoreline, which I think is about 100 or 200 feet. So that's another option, or that's one of the ways that the boundary was previously drawn. And then next slide, please. And the last one for the current features is from Kanaio. So we've got the SMA follows these natural features in some cases. So this is the lava flow on the southeastern slopes of Haleakala. The lava flow kind of jumps up fairly drastically up to Piilani Highway. That's always the one that I think people point at as like, wow, that is a lot of land in the SMA there, and why? And so this is why it was there to protect the lava flow that is beneath Pu'upimoi. Next slide, please. And so these last two slides are getting at some of the examples that we're going to look at as part of this project. Not passing any value judgments here, just kind of these are things that we will look at as part of our evaluation, and with community input, kind of that will lead to recommendations. So here's the first one that we hear a lot, is the use of the projected sea level rise boundary. So the 3.2 feet sea level rise exposure area in some cases exceeds the current SMA boundary. So the best example is here in West Maui at Papalua. And there is precedent for using projected boundaries. Most of the highways, like Kahikili Highway, or Piilani Highway, sorry, was a projected line when it was used as the boundary in 1979, and is now built, obviously. So that's one area that we're going to look at, is, you know, what features are outside of the SMA that maybe should be in the SMA. And then next slide, please. And then from a development standpoint, all of Kihei, I think the development of Kihei is maybe quite different than it was expected in 1979. And so all of Kihei Mackay of the highway is in the SMA. And that has development impacts for folks trying to develop or redevelop, has cost implications, right? And timeline implications, but also the 2026 floods really demonstrated the importance of environmental controls in Kihei. So these are the things that this project is going to try and balance as we move forward. Next slide, please. And with that, that's the end of my presentation and testimony.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll open public testimony. Do we have anybody online or in person?
There's no one in person, but online I have Carol Zoom.
Let's start with online.
Carol Zoom.
Hi, for some reason my camera's not working. Are y'all able to see me?
Can we take the presentation down? We can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and just for your information, it's obvious from my picture that I'm a person with a disability using a ventilator. My name is Carol Zoom, that's C-A-R-O-L-E, Z as in zebra, O-O-M as in monkey, I swear to tell the truth. I'm here, maybe not on the right topic, but I won't, with a message related to the SMA and how the Planning Commission has been dealing with it. and want to remind y'all that roughly 15,000 individuals with mobility impairments are visiting or living on Maui at any given day. Last week, I went to Kapalua to walk the coastal trail with a friend, and at every access point, stairs stopped me. I used a wheelchair and could not get down to the trail. It was demoralizing and it angered me. Maui visitors and residents have been locked out of this trail for 48 years. I was not able to do what hundreds of others were doing on a beautiful Sunday afternoon because I believe the Planning Commission and Kapalua Resort Association are not doing their job properly. I'm asking for the commission to do one thing as you overhaul shoreline development framework, require that every future trail maintenance project, resort renovation, or coastal development meet the Hawaii Outdoor Developed Areas Accessibility Guidelines, HODAG, and the Kobayashi Standard, which I will talk about later, directly into the SMA regulations. Access for citizens and visitors isn't just a moral imperative, it's legal because it's been the law for 32 years. And I know because I was a plaintiff in the Hines versus City of Portland lawsuit, which pointed out that Portland was not following ADA as far as Title II development of wheelchair sidewalk accessibility was concerned, which resulted in a $113 million allocation that was from the city coffers to build 1,800 curb ramps over 12 years. And that fixes what should have been built right the first time in the first 30 years of the ADA. But we're facing that same issue here on Maui. SMA rules require continuous unobstructed lateral access to the shoreline. The paved resort trailhead isn't a natural barrier. If you put in stairs, it's a choice. And it's likely a violation of the ADA. The Kapalua Resort Association has failed in its ongoing duty to under the Title III of the ADA to remove barriers that are readily achievable.
30 seconds.
Thank you. This commission has approved SMA renewals, pool expansions, and resort renovations to the tune of $350 or more $1 million that do not include any conditions related to wheelchair accessibility, even though they could have. Setting aside $20,000 a year over that 48 years would give us a fund of nearly $1 million today. So I'm asking you to attend to wheelchair access in this next SMA look, and my letter is co-signed by 8 other residents with disabilities.
Thank you for your testimony. With that, any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony and duly noted. With that, we are done with, actually, any questions for the presentation? Oh, sorry, you're right. Any more testimony?
Yeah, there's one person calling in extension 6050. Can identify yourself. Okay, we'll move on to Albert Perez.
If you're talking, Mr. Perez, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
There. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Good afternoon and mahalo for your service. My first job out of planning school was at the Coastal Zone Management Office. So this is kind of near and dear to my heart. The first thing I learned was that the coastal zone of the state of Hawaii is the entire state, Mauka to Makai, and I think that we need to keep that in mind. The special management areas I'm just going to read the findings and purposes in the state law. It says special controls on developments within an area along the shoreline are necessary to avoid permanent losses of valuable resources and the foreclosure of management options, and to ensure that adequate access by dedication or other means to public owned or used beaches, recreation areas, and natural reserves is provided.
The legislature finds and declares that it's the state policy to preserve, protect, and where possible, restore the natural resources of the coastal zone of Hawaii. So as you folks go through this project, I just would like you to keep that in mind. A lot of people complain that, you know, the SMA has got too many rules. There's a reason, right? So, and our state economy really depends a lot on tourism. So if we don't protect the coastal resources that people come to see here, then we're shooting ourselves in the foot. If we don't protect the coastal resources that our people rely on to recreate, to gather, etc., then we're also shooting ourselves in the foot. So I just would like you folks to keep that in mind. Maukuta Makai, and good luck. We will all be involved in this, but it's it's one of the most important laws that we have in the state of Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier.
Next testifier is Johan Lal.
Aloha, Johan Lal. I'm testifying on my own behalf. I'm glad Albert referred to the law that the SMA is based on, so that means I don't have to refer to it myself directly. So the entire point of the SMA is to have a system where you regulate things that would potentially affect the coastal environment, which includes all the resources, the beaches, tourism, near shore, biology, all that kind of stuff. And the SMA is arbitrary, which is really kind of the complaint I always heard when I worked for the planning department, because in most places it just goes to the highway, or, you know, you heard from your presentation, you know, there's different definition, or it's different based on where it is and stuff like that. So it's arbitrary, but I would argue that really the SMA should be the entire land area. And if you think back to the Ahupua'a system, it was recognized by the indigenous people of Hawaii that everything is connected. And I recently got done working on the Act 217 project to analyze feasibility of cesspool conversion across the state. And, you know, I'm not speaking on behalf of that project or UH, but I learned a lot from it, and it kind of blew my mind how connected Mauka and Makai are hydrologically. If stuff goes into the ground, you know, way up country, even at the top of Haleakala, it's going to reach the ocean. So, you know, it's just a thing to consider when when all of this is up for review by you folks, is where should the SMA actually be? And maybe it should be the entire land area of Maui County all the way up, where everything is going to reach the ocean. It definitely should not be shrunk. And I just want to point out that the SMA regulations, you know, there's always complaints that they're too stringent and stuff like that. You know, even within the SMA, the regulations in Maui County are lesser than pretty much every American city. You know, in most places you need a permit to chop down a tree over a certain size. There's nothing like that in Maui. You need permits for, you know,
30
even
seconds.
small amounts of grading. There's a ton of exemptions even in the SMA. So you guys should also, when you're looking at this, look at what the laws are like in other places, especially cities on the East Coast, the West Coast, where they're also dealing with erosion, sea level rise, public safety issues, flooding. Take everything into account and be super careful with what you do with these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lind?
Mr. Law, did I hear you right? You're interested in, your suggested opinion is to raise the SMA all the way up, include the whole island? Are you still there?
I'm not necessarily arguing for that. I think I think there is a case to be made for that, and it's a possibility you guys should consider if this is a thing that is being reviewed by you folks. Because really, any boundary, like any definition, is going to be arbitrary. But if you say the entire land area affects the ocean, affects the coastal resources, I think that's perfectly logical.
Right. So like for Hana, I don't know if you're aware of the county council passing the rules regarding the Akakū bill. Yeah, you familiar with that in the planning?
Not very. Slight.
Okay,
I've
so
heard of it.
So the county council passed a bill that allowed Native Hawaiian families who have held their land pre-Mahele or during the Mahele, during the Hawaiian Kingdom period, to get a designation to pay $350 in the SMA. So if it falls in the SMA, for those families who are not in the SMA or Mauka Hana Highway, they don't qualify for the exemption. So I just wanted to let you know about where that's at for Hana. I'd like to thank you for your testimony, but I just wanted to share some thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the testifier? Seeing none, and thank you for your testimony. Next testifier.
Christopher Salem, did you want to testify? Extension 6050. Your mic is now on mute.
Yes. Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you again. Was not prepared for all this today, but it's certainly on point to so many of the issues that we're dealing with here in West Maui. Once again, it's very difficult to be involved in this process in that what we've gone through over here, as an example, my next door neighbor, Uncle Charlie, lost his mother and 6 aunties during that fire. So it's ever present around us. But the point being is when we start talking about SMA, we have to go back to what happened in Olawalu. And I think that thank you, Albert, and thank you all the previous testifiers, and thank you, the commissioner, for bringing up the issue of Hana. When I was in the mayor's office, we established through Councilmember Shane Sinanci a committee item called SMA enforcement. And one of the high-level questions, along with Gina Flammer, who was extensive knowledge in planning, was whether or not these rules that we're creating, having the force and effect of law, if it's an unnecessary burden to put this on commissioners instead of on council members. Because this is not a legislative body, but we are legislating through rulemaking. So that's deeply concerning to me because I think it's an unfair burden on you folks as volunteers. The point being here, though, is when we look at SMA, it is Mauka to Makai. But it's also what took place in the Olawalu Peter Martin subdivision is the perfect example to look at. You had archaeological preservation, you had open space mitigations, you have fire roads and all, and you see my voice starts to break. Where close friends drove through those fires in Olawalu, and everybody's aware that those conditions, quote, are put into SMA permits. Is there a nexus to 205A or the CCMA? This has been my area of study for almost 30 years. The issue is not so much about the rulemaking or the implementation of those things within permits. The issue is there's no inspections. So when it comes to Olawalu, 10 years later, I was part of making that developer come back after those people drove through the fires and making them, all that work that was done at the Olawalu store was our making. The issue is not rules. 30 seconds left, I'll wrap it up. I would ask the commissioners to please watch what Lance Collins said at the Supreme Court. Very eloquent and on point about rulemaking. We can't lessen the rules of 205A through this planning commission. We can only strengthen them. And that's what's in play. And as you've noticed that there's another lawsuit by Maui tomorrow against the governor about what's just taken place based on population or whatever that is all, it's very complex. So I'll wrap it up. That's my issue when we come to this. We can't just speak to Mauka and Makai. We have to talk about enforcement of these rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next testifier.
Thank you, Chair. There's no one else signed up.
Thank you. And is there anyone in the gallery?
Just Kai.
You're good, Kai. All right, then public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Any questions from the commissioners? Oh. Is there a hand raised? One more.
Last minute, Kay Anderson.
Please proceed. Ms. Anderson, please proceed. If you're actually speaking, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Now I can't. We still cannot hear you. Might I suggest you hang up, try dialing back in, and we'll hold on for a moment or so to see if you can connect again. For those online waiting, please bear with us.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. My name is Kay Anderson, and I had not planned to speak today. It'll be a short conversation. I'm a bit confused as to why this is being done and who is behind the push to change the SMA Malka. I think it's going to be the Malka boundaries, as I understood in the PowerPoint. Because I do understand John's message of Malka to Mackay, or I should say the Mackay boundaries. I would see that those boundaries need to be protected, not changed to be smaller. The more I listen to this, and this may be off base and may be entirely wrong, but it seems to me that it's a developer contractor driven request to look at this process and see if it can be changed to lower the SMA boundaries. Because of where I live in the Kihei Wailea area, it does incorporate a lot of land and homes and new development. So I am really not in favor of changing it for the worse, but maybe moving it for the better of our INA. That's how I feel. And I may not have spoken as eloquently as all the others, but I hope you understand what I mean. Mahalo.
Is that your full testimony?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. And do we have anybody else? Okay, do not. So public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed, which brings us to agenda C1, 2, and actually, do we want to do C1 alone? Oh.
Feedback and questions to the.
You're right. I'm just ready to go. Like, come on. Sorry about that. Any questions about the presentation? Vice Chair.
And I think it follows along the lines of what maybe, actually I have 2 questions, but the first is it kind of follows along the lines, I think, of some of the kind of like Makai management approach, which, you know, when we look at the SMA, we're like, okay, well, clearly when that was drawn, they thought that like our coastal zone was only impacted by the coastal zone, but now we know that, yeah, like it's a more holistic view. And I guess I could see for like I've been thinking a lot about how important freshwater is for our coastal resources. And so like I could see, you know, an SMA boundary around streams or something like that. But for groundwater, which we consider all the time in our applications here, like how, and I don't expect you to have an answer for this, but I'm just curious if you're thinking about this even, is like, how do you protect the groundwater resources that are important for the coastal environment? Because there's no boundary on that. Like, how do you know what I mean?
Thank you for the commentary and questions. And so we are definitely thinking about, we are already having robust discussions about streams, about water protections. And so what we are hopeful that this assessment will further help us identify further any shortcomings or identification of other regulatory arms that might be necessary to address environmental impacts that we know of from development in this current era. For like that can be identified and looked at further by the county. So because this is being led by the planning department, there's an opportunity to update the general plan, update the other policies that inform how the county allocates money, allocates new offices, new departments, new divisions. And so not to say that we are not looking at what that could be for the SMA boundary to include streams, but what was identified by our partners at UHC grant was that might not actually capture what the want and desire of the community is. So we want to hear those scenarios of other areas of protection needed so we can evaluate whether or not it's appropriate for the SMA boundary to include those areas, or if there's another. This isn't the only mechanism the county has to regulate the environment by any means. So a little bit of commentary from me. And I would like Ollie to speak to some of the specialists at some point that we have on the project team that will be helping inform and address those ecological environmental concerns as well. But that's at a later point.
Bester, you said you had 2 questions? Yep.
I guess my other question was also exactly what the last testifier had, was like, who is driving this? Because I mean, I heard you, it was the planning department, but like, you guys are short-staffed. Like we can, we can expand the SMA, but that means more applications to entirely volunteer commission, which then is going to make the entire process slower, which everybody's already complaining about. So like, why would the planning department decide to do this? And is there, is it, yeah, where is this coming from?
Yes, no, thank you so much. I definitely love that question because similar to Scott's rewrite, when we don't look at things in a timely manner in terms of like if it's been many decades, there can be a lot of growth and value to our department in terms of where we are regulating and where we might be missing things, or where we might be overstepping. And so having that objective analysis done by an independent consultant team that is robust is a better way to reallocate our resources and use our professional service funds so that we can have that community input and have these discussions about ADA and other things that we might be missing in terms of what we can be responsive to with the team. So I totally hear that you folks don't want to expand it beyond the department's capacity, and I'm very grateful for that, let me tell you. But at the same time, if there's areas that we're missing in terms of Slorexa and sea level rise, that we want to be sensitive to that as well. Yeah, and this consultant team will be doing all the GIS, all the updates that we tweak, and so that's going to be a huge value to us to make this as easy from an administration process as possible.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Just a quick follow-up or clarification. So the intent is not to decrease the SMA, maybe in some areas because of overregulation, but it's really to identify where you potentially need to expand it because you're not covering some of those bases.
So I would like to say that we are trying to come at this from like a fresh eye, fresh lens, scientific. Like we definitely have to address that there is an existing boundary for sure. But when it comes to what does the science tell us? What is our community telling us? That's going to be the priority and focus, not whether it expands or decreases. We want to come at it from more of an objective state and then hone in from there. And then further, the findings of this will come out with 3 different boundary options for us that you folks can further elaborate and amend or change based on different factors. However, nothing is mandating us to update the boundary at this time. There's no time clock. There's nothing sensitive that we have to be legally responsive to. But at the same time, I think that this is worthy of our review, because if this wants to sit on a shelf and in 10 years we are ready to implement this, maybe that's an appropriate time. But I think that this assessment is deserving of your time and attention.
Thank you. Commissioner Circle-Woodburn.
Thank you, Chair. This might be too into the weeds, but
we never get there.
But looking maybe more from the implementation practicality side of it, if let's say the line were to adjust and expand Mauka, now there's new parcels that are in the SMA that weren't before. So what happens to those developments or structures? I'm assuming maybe they're existing non-conforming. And then if that landowner wants to modify, renovate, do something for an existing structure, do they need an SMA or only for something new?
Correct. So any sort of new things that would need to be assessed would be under the jurisdiction of the SMA review at that standpoint, but we wouldn't go back and retroactively assess any sort of development that existed at the time of the boundary being moved.
Any other questions? Commissioner Dicos.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be the pessimist on here. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the forces of nature are to shrink the SMA rather than expand it. I'm guessing, but I'm curious to know your team. You mentioned a lot of science and this and that, and I'm guessing the people that want to see this shrink are not going to want to see a bunch of scientists on this thing. They're going to want to see that economic component to your thing. So can you address the team? And let's say I was for the shrinking of the, which I definitely.
So, right.
Or maybe I'm not supposed to say that. I retract that statement. But what would comfort me in knowing that I have representation for reduce?
So I will just say that part of economic is part of the review that we must complete in terms of looking at all aspects of this. However, the consultant, or I might kick it to Mr. Lau to explain the full robust team that we will be inclusive of economic impacts as well within our review. So I'll need to speak up. That's okay.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great question, and I think the whole, because as Anna mentioned, the whole point of this is to evaluate it objectively, or as objectively as we can, right? So within the SSFM team, we have Morris Atta, he used to work at DLNR, he's going to kind of take the economic piece. And we're looking at economics from two perspectives, right? The economic impact on homeowners, business developers, but also the impact on the county and yourselves. As you said, Vice Chair, like if you expand the SMA, there is an increase in SMA permitting, and what is that impact on the department and on the commission? And then how do you balance that, right? And I think at this point, the project is not looking to expand the boundary or shrink the boundary. We're just looking at the boundary and trying to define it from that direction. So within the team, we have people who specialize in each different area. So H.T. Harvey is, we have two ecologists on the team. They did the wetlands analysis for the county a couple of years ago. So they're super, they understand Maui. They've done all the work here, or done a lot of work here in the past and have done similar things. You know, we've got, like I said, we're doing economic analysis. We're pretty good at social science. And so we're trying to come at this with specialists on the team from each area so that we're looking at it objectively.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, I'm glad there's a robust, balanced team that can assess whether it would be better to expand or retract. There's no.
Commissioner Lind?
Yeah, so you guys are supposedly just trying to do a Palu session. That's how I see it as. See what fish can bite, what fish not can bite. What's the problem with this problem in us in Maui? I would love to see it go through the community process in Hana. I still have a thing that's coming from the Hana Community Plan 1982, which was to it's maybe the Title 19 rewrite, but regulatory frameworks facilitate family residential use of Hawaiian hui or kuleana lands. So right now, I want the department to know that there's a lot of how many families. You guys should do a research and figure out how many families are entitled to the Aina Kupuna bill, which started in Wailea, because those families were being pushed out to overdevelopment and property tax skyrocketing. And so the only exemption they got was to get to the county council and exempt them from this skyrocketing $80,000 a year tax. I don't know, Wakan Kanaka can afford that. But I know in the top 20 on the Maui plant, what kind of the county what is it called, real property, that our county treasury, the top 20 is Native Hawaiians. Now, what I want to see the department do is you guys go and look at all the lots around Maui, including the ones that was originally awarded from the kingdom, and see which of them can prove through OHA or whoever that they're illegally titled to if there was a change in the what do you call the SMA to push it more Mauka. That's all I wanted to see from the department.
Thank you, Commissioner Lind. I just want to directly address that the Aina Kupuna tax classification is from our Real Property Assessments Division in Finance. So that, of course, controls people's, as you mentioned, property tax bill. And so that is a separate entity from the Department of Planning, but we are happy to get in communication with Finance as a courtesy and check in on the status of.
But the one of the components of the requirement for the application is that you fall in the SMA.
So that I'm not aware of that, and so that's why we're happy to.
If you look on Maui Real Property Tax website, the Treasury, I'm just saying the reason why we're able to stay 180 years running, 7 generations, because we barely touched the SMA, my family trust.
So that's certainly.
And I know it's not fair. The county going to do this, but hey, we'll be there when the Pa'akai analysis if something happens like that. I'm just saying that.
No, that's
going for it.
Definitely. So no, we'll definitely reach out to Real Property Finance so that they can educate us. So thank you, Commissioner.
Because if you definitely want to tackle the issue of biology and natural elements and history, I mean, this is Hana's a great. I mean, where you guys can get you guys water from in the future.
So we have also engaged with the Department of Oiwi Resources, and we plan to further meet with other departments as well to get their input as well. That'll all
Right,
be
and
part of
also seaworm. Yeah,
Yep, we'll meet with state agencies, OPSD, yep.
okay, thank you. Let's make sure that, I wanted to know how many of those lots can be qualified on a kingdom time. Would
That might
qualify
be,
for a boundary change.
we will do our best to respond to that. It might be outside of this project, but I do understand your passion in that it is relevant to this because the SMA boundary might qualify further Native Hawaiians for this property class.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
one more question. Hawaiian Homes is exempted from the SMA? I just trying to get
So
information.
we from SMA regulations, we are basically wanting this boundary to not look at ownership. We want it to be informed by science, community feedback, what have you. But my understanding is Hawaiian Homelands oftentimes is exempt from county regulations, and so that would continue to apply.
Okay, I don't qualify for Hawaiian Home, but I was just asking for, because they have a
No,
big
great
site, 20,000
clarification.
acres in the neighboring Kaikinui. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda C1.
Sorry, and I'll just to close out, we'll be doing further press releases and further informational public meetings. So that'll all be on the way. So stay tuned. Thank you all.
Thank you for the presentation. Department can read us into agenda C1, please.
Thank you, Chair. Item C1 is a 5-year time extension approval of a special management area use permit for the Maluaka project located along McKenna Keono'io Road. So essentially, if you go towards Maluaka Beach, it's like a subdivision on the ocean side of that road. This is just informing the commission that we did issue a 5-year time extension to this project. So it's not something that you folks are voting on today.
So I will open that for public testimony.
There's no one signed up, Chair.
Okay. Public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. And we will move into C2 and C3 and 4.
Okay, items C2 and 3, if the commissioners have any questions regarding our SMA minor permit report or our exemptions report, we can do our best to answer those questions.
And I guess we'll pause on 4, I'll open for public testimony for C2 and 3.
I don't see anyone, Chair.
Public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is closed on agenda C2 and 3. Mr. Diaz, C4.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh. Yes, Commissioner Dicos.
I did have a question of one of the minor exemptions. Sorry, not exemption. Sorry, the exemption that ends 055. This is the Hyatt Regency. Just looking at that parcel, I know they've again, all the shoreline parcels I'm very concerned with because of all the encroachments that are happening in West Maui, and they're unresolved. Some of them are seawalls, some of them are vegetation. I know they've applied for shoreline certification, which was denied, I think in 21 or something. I have to check. But so it would be good when these parcels are coming up for permissions, right? We want to, I think this is a $2 million project. You know, there's a lot of shoreline issues going on. So when all this money is going to be spent for reconstruction, renovation, that they at least get their encroachments dealt with. So it'd be nice to require that certified shoreline. Then you can issue the permit for the county side of it, and then allow the state to handle the public trust side, which is just gone down the wayside. So again, just making a comment, and for future, anytime we get shoreline, it would be nice in the staff report. Last certified shoreline was this year. Why maybe one wasn't requested for this application, especially if there's clear encroachment. So having that, if there's an easement, we spent a lot of time talking about easements. If all of that is in the staff report, it would helpful, because I know we're getting a lot of shoreline stuff. And just a note, sometimes we require conditions of, there was the Front Street Deals property. The commission required a certified shoreline. They have a massive encroachment there. And I understand that they've already started building the house without that. So apparently there was no date given, when you say we require certified shoreline, we got to say by this date. Otherwise it's like, sucker, that could be 100 years. We'll get it to you whenever we can. So there's been no requirement for the certified shoreline there, which is very unfortunate. And anyway, so we know there's shoreline properties coming up. It would be good if the staff could just put that right on the record, and then I won't waste everyone's time asking these questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yep.
Chair, someone raised their hand while public testimony. I don't know if you want to reopen for that. Okay.
Yeah, testimony's closed.
Testimony closed. Thank you.
Diaz, could you read us into C4, please?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. Item C4, discussion of future Maui Planning Commission agendas. Your next meeting is on July 28th. We have 2 items scheduled. First is a resolution that came from the County Council to rezone the existing Paia train depot. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's zoned urban reserve, which is sort of like a holding place, a holding type zoning. And so I believe it's the proposal from council is to rezone it into what its actual use is, which is, I think, is more of a commercial space. So that's going to be first on your agenda. And then the second item on the agenda is going to be McKenna Mauka. If you folks recall, about 6 or 7 months ago, they brought their draft environmental impact statement before the commission. You folks reviewed it, had comments. And so they submitted their final environmental impact statement. So that would be before you for review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Dicos?
Should I add one other question? We get the SMA minors and the SMA exemptions. I'm curious what happens with emergency permits. Do they we ever see those, or they just go?
Yeah, so when we issue an SMA emergency permit, we have to schedule it or we put it on the agenda. The next available agenda, I believe, is the word in the SMA rules. And so we post that. Yes.
Sorry, I mean, you guys have issued a lot of emergency permits we haven't seen, right?
I don't think so. I'm going to defer to Colette. Yeah, I know people come in for emergency permits, but we don't necessarily issue them. So can I, give you the mic?
Yeah, that's correct. So anytime we issue one, they are posted on the next available agenda. They're literally agendized, not as you see it here, as in the SMA or the minor permit and the exemption report. They're listed. And so you can actually see it and view it. Yeah.
Okay, so in the agenda, there's a notice.
Mm-hmm.
An emergency permit was issued.
Yeah.
It's almost like a communication item, right?
Yes.
Like, so let me point out, like the McKenna time extension. I mean, it's almost like this. So it's not just like a list that you click on. It's we actually put it on.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? If not, I want to thank everybody for their participation and getting us through the agenda today. Got through done early. So thanks again, and I will see everybody in 2 weeks. Have a great time. Meeting's adjourned.